get things back underway again between Western Australia and South Australia. The Redbird and Jake Weatherall getting back out there. It's now a 46-over game, barring any further rain delays as the afternoon continues. Let's hope that's our last rain delay of the day. Stuart Clark.
Yeah, hope so, Speedy. It was a good start for everyone. Look, I think Western Australia beat the bat a couple of times. Travis Head came out and played some nice shots. See him walking out to the middle at the moment, just adjusting his helmet. Weatherall played a cracking square drive. So let's hope the rain stays away. Here's the summary as we look at it now. South Australia 1 for 27. Weatherall, it's been a good 13 thus far. Circumspect, just watching the ball go. Travis Head, he's looked in good touch. Alex Carey played a nice drive, and then Nick won a couple of balls later from Liam Guthrie. He's picked up the only wicket, 1 for 17 off his 2.2. Matthew Kelly, he's bowled 3 overs for 10 up the hill and into the strong breeze blowing from the Fremantle Doctor end.
So the batters have to start again after a delay of half an hour or so. And the power play now reduced to a 9-over period with 2 fielders out. So they lose out on one of those. So not ideal for them. It'll be different for WA later on. They'll have a continuous 9-over period. So it's a slight setback for Travis Head after he elected to bat first today. Back into the action. Good shape again. Head finds the gap and picks up where he left off.
Well, he hit the ball before the break for 4, flicked it away over the onside, and that one full. Travis Head just opening the face on it, and he's got lovely timing, Travis Head. Throws his hands through the ball very nicely, and it raced away. Fielder probably got a hand on it diving away, but it was just hit too well. And he saved, well, he didn't save a 4, probably saved himself from breaking a finger.
Chases a wide one. That was a chance put down, a really difficult chance. Just backward of point, got one hand to it, I fancy, and couldn't even prevent the boundary. That had so much heat on it. Would have been a miracle catch had it stuck.
Yeah, it would have been a great catch. Diving away full hand. Probably could have ended up going 2 hands there, but would have been a really, really good catch. 2 wide and 2 full again from Guthrie, and Travis Head, the way he's seeing the ball at the moment, anything pitched up wide, he's going to throw his hands at, and he's hitting them very, very hard. Good fielder, Hilton Carter. Played Test cricket probably 4 or 5 years ago now, I think it would be. But been around the system for a long period of time. Known around the traps as a good fielder, good all-round cricketer. Would have been a very, very handy catch if he'd pulled that one off.
Made his debut at the SCG against Pakistan. 2 tests in all for the Zimbabwe-born all-rounder. One of those hot spots capable of pulling off the spectacular, but not an easy one to go for straight out of a resumption. And this time in front of square. It's holding up a little in the outfield. Look at that effort. What an athlete this guy is, Cam Green. How many would have stopped it like that? Picks it up in one hand, no fumbles. He's terrific to watch.
Certainly is. Another good shot here by Travis Head. Just picked it up, the big pick and flick over the top of forward square leg. Sometimes you forget Cameron Green. He's 6'6". He's not 3 foot. He's not 5'8", but he's a marvellous athlete. He moves well. We saw him fielding at gully during the Test matches. He's quick around the boundary. Big strong arm. Travis Head, well, he's just the break's done him the world of good. He's hit the first 2 he's faced for 4, and he's flicked that one away over the top of square leg for 3 more. So he's got his innings going now, 16 off 10. He certainly likes coming over here to the Western Australian shores and batting on this whacker pitch.
If we went down a different path, you fancy that he would have been an AFL superstar, the way he moves. He's Tom Lynch type for Richmond, those premierships that he's gained since moving for the Gold Coast. This one slashed through the slips cordon, work in the deep again, and they're saving runs here on the boundary. WA early on as Head scampers back for 2. How about the throw right over the bails as well? Yeah,
Guthrie hasn't had a good finish to his over, but good on the boundary there. Travis Head probably got a bit finer than he really wanted, a bit squarer. Guthrie sliding around on the boundary. Good piece of fielding. Looks like he's let it go in time. Yep. No need to worry about that, and having a look at that again I wouldn't have thought, but they will.
TV umpire is Darren Close, just dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Stuart Clark summed it up on first inspection. Yeah,
it just looked like he got it out of his hand, but he's really on a mission now, Travis Head. These 46 over games, he must think that a little bit shorter.
Kelly in again to Head. And there's no run there, but look at that strike rate already for Travis Head. Historically, in this competition, the Marsh Cup goes at around 121 strike rate. It's going to get a little boost today, the way he started.
Well, certainly the way he's going. If I was bowling Travis Head, though, and think about this, that he's not as good straight back down the ground, so you've really got to be really disciplined with your line and your length. A good ball, the fourth or fifth stump is actually a wide ball to Travis Head. He's so strong through that part of the ground. It's really a discipline thing for all the bowlers, that length's got to be spot on and you've got to be hitting the top of off stump.
Bang on from Kelly. So how are you getting him out, though?
Well, I think what you'll do is you'll get him out, because I think he'll get frustrated, Travis Head. As I said earlier, he's likes to hit the ball to the boundary and he likes to flay the ball. And over time, if you can bowl 3 or 4 or 5, even an over's worth about off stump, you get the feeling he'll open his hands on one to try and hit it to where he likes to hit it. He doesn't really want to hit it back down the ground that much. And if he does, and he does it well, you're going to have to live with that, because he's a quality player. But you want him to be taking a ball off stump and trying to hit it to cover.
Oh, almost chopped it on. So a good line from Kelly, probing away, trying to frustrate Travis Head. And how much discussion would go into amongst the bowlers heading into a game like this against a key man like Travis Head? Are you having those kinds of chats?
Oh, absolutely. Before the game, they know the stats with Travis Head, that he's very good square of the wicket on both sides of the wicket. And that's the sort of ball there that they would be talking about. Unfortunately, I think some of the younger and the inexperienced bowlers get frustrated because that's not out. But they've got to actually take that as it's just time, and if you can keep doing it for long enough, the McGrath theory, it'll be successful.
Time creeps across and punches it down the ground for another boundary. That's a stylish on drive from Head, bouncing back from the indifferent shot previously.
And if he walks down the wicket, I think he takes a little stride down the wicket and plays that shot. You live with that. He's far less comfortable doing something like that. He'd rather flay it. But if he does that, you live with it, but don't get frustrated. Go back to trying to hit the ball round about off stump, make Travis Head come down the wicket at you, make Travis Head go back in his crease at you. Don't just get frustrated and float one up there, because he's too good and he'll just hit it hard through point.
That time gets the width that he's after, but good work again down at deep third. Keeps it to just a single. When he misses out on a boundary with that kind of shot, he's very disappointed.
He's very frustrated, isn't he? So even that was harder, a bit closer to the body, had to sort of give himself a little bit of room. Little games within games that, when you're bowling to Travis Head, don't let him dictate to you where you bowl. Forget about what's happening and forget about the outcome. Think about the process of how you're going to get him out, and that'll happen through frustration.
Hopefully that wind is blowing away the threatening clouds here that have forced one rain delay already. Remember, it's a 46 over game as it stands now. We've lost 8 overs in total, and the run rate is pretty good early on. Better than sixes right now.
You're going to see the big guy changing here, the big Cameron Green coming on to the attack.
No Cam Green yet, but a bowling change. And Head works away the new bowler first up. Lance Morris, who came in for Jason Berendorf, who missed out through injury, getting an opportunity here in the 8th over.
Yeah, looks like a good, strong, another prospect coming out of Western Australia. Morris fits right in, takes Berendorf's spot. Used to produce them back in the day, Western Australia, fast bowlers. There was hundreds of them coming out of that part of the country. Bouncy, fast wicket.
Out of the Scarborough Cricket Club, just his 3rd Marsh Cup game. 1 wicket so far to his name in this competition. That's a good ball. It was awkward for Weatherald, able to fend it away for the single.
Looks like he just bowls a little bit quicker than they're anticipating. The slips are standing a long way back there. He's bowling up the hill into the wind. So, big, tall, fast bowler.
Easy kind of run up.
Yeah,
too.
easy. He's not very effortless. I'd say he bowls a heavy ball, but I know there are some people that say the ball's the same weight, so that doesn't make sense. He bowls a ball that gets to you a bit quicker than you think.
I think Weatherald agrees with you after that previous shot. And this time, draws the edge. What a start for Morris. He's got the key man. Travis Head is gone.
Yeah, good delivery that by Morris. Just pitching about off. That's that very tight line to off stump. Travis Head trying to hit the ball from off stump through cover. And that's the problem, unfortunately, with Travis Head when he's in this sort of mood. That's the sort of ball he needs to learn how to defend. And that's not the way he plays, unfortunately. And it's good on its days, but you see that his front foot going towards the leg side, hands then going at the ball, trying to hit the ball through cover. Faint little edge through to Josh Phillippe. He takes a very simple catch. And unfortunately for Travis Head, you can see the disappointment on his face. He's out for 28 off 18 balls.
His second wicket in Marsh Cup cricket is a big one for Lance Morris. Got the number one on his back and breaks through with a wicket in his first over, just 3 balls in. And the angles that Travis Head had been dealing with, it had left arm over, he had right arm around, suddenly the right arm over in Morris's first over and wasn't quite there.
Yeah, he wasn't quite there, and it's the sort of delivery that's probably brought Travis Head undone in the longest version of the game as well. The ball a roundabout off stump where he really likes to play that square, and his foot doesn't go to the line of the ball, his body doesn't go to the line of the ball, and he has to use his hands. And on a quick bouncy wicket with a little bit of sideways with the white ball on a bit of grass on the wicket, a little faint edge through, and I said Phillippe. So big wicket there for the Western Australians. Travis Head, the danger man, the main man. He's unfortunately out for South Australia. And now in Western Australia, I think they'll feel like they're on top at 2 for 47 after 7.3.
Big opportunity for Nathan McSweeney, who Jason Gillespie recruited from Norths in Brisbane grade cricket, won the Peter Burge medal up there for the best player in the comp, so doing it at that level. And there's big raps on him as well. Faces up to Lance Morris with his tail up and the slips cordon extended here. A couple in for McSweeney's first delivery. Beats him too.
I don't know where Morris has been, but it's been an impressive 4 deliveries thus far. He's looks like he's bowled. He's sort of shortened up Jake Weatherall with one in the ribs. He's nicked off Travis Head, and he's gone past McSweeney with one that sort of pitched and moved away. It looks like a very strong action, and I haven't seen a lot of Morris, but I'm impressed with the 4 balls he's bowled thus far. I'm going to say a bit Mornay Morkel-like.
Mornay Morkel will be joining us in commentary very shortly. As Morris looking to finish off this spectacular first over. Thinking about a quick single.
Good piece of fielding there, I think. Just stopped the run.
Ashton Turner, part of that slips cordon, the captain at the moment, alongside Sean Marsh, who hoping to stay in first slip position for as long as possible today.
Whole game, standing. Hands are a bit cold though, I think. Die-hard Wacker members.
McSweeney kept on strike and this time gets right in behind it. So a brilliant first over from Lance Morris. Gets the key man, Travis Head, and South Australia behind the 8 ball a little now, 2 down. Stuart Clark takes a break and Mornay Morkel joins us now in commentary. Venue you look back on fondly here. The Wacker, what have you made of this opening 8 overs?
Good day, Speedy. Yes, indeed. Plenty of great, fantastic memories for me at this ground. A watchful start by South Australia, obviously with the weather conditions around, and 2 new balls. You want to get through this power play without losing too many wickets. I thought it was a very positive start, or positive move by Travis Head, winning the toss and electing to bat first.
So Cam Green bowls his first over. It'll be the last of the power play after the 46 over game was announced. Shaping it in towards that off stump. Cam Green has already provided a highlight in the outfield a moment ago, saving a few runs. The Australian all-rounder who's got 4 tests to his name last summer. What have you made of his start to international cricket?
Big fan of Cam Green. Tall guy. Bullies you from off a length when he bats, and definitely hits the bat quite hard with the ball. 6'6", like we spoke earlier.
Weatherall to pick up the single.
Not fast running into the crease, and I think that's what sort of catches you off guard, is that he bowls a lot quicker than you initially feel or would expect when he runs in.
Hasn't done a lot of damage with the ball yet at Marsh Cup level, just 5 wickets at nearly 80 apiece, but he's a better bowler than that. Utilised by Australia to try and tie down batsmen at international level on the test scene, and that is a beauty. Gets the outside edge of McSweeney, who's gone for a duck.
Perfect start for Cameron Green here, getting in nice and close to the stumps, attacking that off stump, full stump line, getting the ball to nibble away. That's the end of McSweeney. He's gone for 0.
So suddenly that decision to bat first in these drizzly conditions at the WACA appears to be backfiring. 3 down in the power play, and what a channel that is from Cam Green.
Beautiful channel. And that's one of the reasons why I thought, you know, it was a brave call at the toss. A lot of rain around, a lot of stop-start sort of play, so you need to reset your innings every time as soon as you get a little bit of momentum. And Western Australia getting that breakthrough there after the rain delay, picking up 2 important wickets inside the first 10.
And now a test for the confidence levels of Harry Nielsen, who comes in at 5 for South Australia. So far in the Marsh Cup, 5 off 9 and 2 off 3. So he'll be looking to improve on that big time. Has scored some runs in the Shield on the weekend though, so that might have given him the shot of confidence he needed. Half century at that level. Since the restart, WA have found 2 very handy wickets. Head and McSweeney gone 2 for 1 off the last 7 balls here. Nielsen, the left-hander, faces up to his first delivery. Just straying on leg stump that time, Cam Green, and Nielsen able to get off the mark. No, it's a leg by, in fact.
Harry Nielsen, I met him sort of 4 or 5 years ago. He was we played an invitational game against the Border 11, and he was sort of part of our squad, trained with us a little bit. What a lovely young man. Yeah. It's great to see him playing here today. Plenty of time for him now to form a partnership here. Bat time. The longer you bat on this surface, the easier it will get. And then from there, work out a game plan. Am I going to attack? What is the best formula for me to score runs here today?
Onus falls on Weatherald as well to go big today for South Australia. Turns this one away to the boundary rider at backward square. And Cam Green gets the applause for a wicket-taking opening over from him, the Australian all-rounder. A terrific delivery to get rid of Nathan McSweeney without troubling the scorers. So that's the end of the power play. 50 for 3 off their opening 9 overs here. South Australia looking to gain some revenge for what WA did to them at the Karen Rolton Oval.
It would be interesting to see what they do with the field here now. Do they keep some of the fielders up in the ring, really squeeze hard here now? They've just got wickets, back-to-back wickets.
This guy's first over was mighty impressive.
Very, very impressive. Nice and tall, strong action at the crease. And similar to Green, I think he also, you know, he'll hit the splice, hit the bat a lot harder than you expect.
Stuart Clark was talking about the depth in WA fast bowling ranks. Jason Berendorf ruled out. That was the headline news for this game. They bring Lance Morris in for just his 3rd game of Marsh Cup cricket, and he can dish this up. It's important for him to show what he's got as well with this opportunity.
Adam Voges is spoiled for choice here.
Quick single. He was a little late calling his mate through, but no troubles for Nielsen in the end. Good response to Weatherald's late call.
Yeah, it's always nice to see when a youngster, or if you get some game time, you make use of it. You're always nervous that first couple of overs. Just you want to find your feet, you want to feel your way into the game. But Morris has been very impressive this first sort of 1.2 overs.
Shows the confidence he's got to ask for the number 1 on his back as well. Got a number 0 playing as well. Nathan McAndrew for South Australia has gone with a 0 on his back. See him out there shortly, potentially, the way this one is unfolding as Morris strays down the leg side. Nielsen, the son of Tim, the former Australian head coach and brilliant player in his own right for South Australia in years gone by. Morris, economical so far and good value for shots that beat the infield so far today, but he's only gone for 4 off his first 1.5 overs and claimed the big scalp of Travis Head.
Yeah, that was the wicket for me. Travis obviously coming off a double 100 not so long ago. From a coaching point of view, I would have been happy to get him as early as possible with the 2 new balls to try and see the back of him. But he played beautifully.
Off the inside edge from Nielsen, some fortune in that. Could easily have crashed back onto the stumps, but he'll take a couple. Yeah, WA really tightened up their lines to Travis Head. It was a good team bowling effort in the end that brought the reward.
That's a key on this wicket for me as line. Any sort of width and with the pace and bounce that you get at the whacker, it's easy picking for the batters. So getting that length and that line spot on is crucial. The margins are very, very small.
Aggressive captaincy here. Short leg in for Nielsen. Takes the fielder on. That was a chance with the gather and the outside of the hand flick from AJ Ty. If he hit the stumps, I reckon Nielsen might have run himself out.
Yeah, sometimes the best place to bat is the non-striker's end. Nielsen sort of feeling the pressure and trying to get off strike. You thought, okay, is that one worth it? Always ask the top order batters, why do you want to? You've got more than capable to score boundaries. So just get in, absorb that pressure. No need for a risky run. South Africans, we're always guilty of that at World Cups.
Yes.
Big games.
Famously. And AJ Ty is a freakish kind of cricketer. He'll be disappointed not to have thrown the stumps down there.
Very talented, very skillful player. Very, very excited to see him with ball in hand a little bit later. He's the leading wicket taker of the Marsh Cup so far, and just X factor about him. He always creates something with the ball or with the bat. He played a beautiful hand, a little cameo the last game. Very good cricketer.
And some bowlers don't mind coming on later on when the shine has gone off the ball and the swing isn't there. He's happy to come on and bowl cross seam.
He's just so skillful. I think he reads the conditions quite well. He'll understand what is the best ball to bowl on the surface. He analyses the wicket quickly. He's smart to react.
Pretty exciting for the neutral to see a short leg in the 10th over, but there's no short leg for Green bowling to Nielsen. Protection in front of square, and there's no run.
Yeah, Harry, very comfortable walking sort of onto off stump, walking over to full stump, getting outside the line. I would have thought with a tall, people who used to stay sort of leg side with me trying to use the pace or the bounce. But you can judge sort of length or the line much better on off stump. So not a bad move on this whacker surface.
Got the long levers. Cam Green, 1.98 metre tall. Terrific athlete, great mover. And just must watch TV when every time he goes around, Cam Green, whether he's batting, bowling or in the field. Around the wicket here. And Nielsen able to scamper through this time. Good response from Weatherall. That was a much more comfortable single that time. Wonder what Josh Phillippe's making of this wicket so far. He'll be out there later on in the run chase for WA, scheduled to open the batting with Sam Whiteman. Beats Weatherall.
I like that length. Back of a length, hard back of a length. Batter starts to sit sort of on the back foot, right in the back foot, and then that one fuller one. Weatherall falling slightly over there, losing his balance. Smart bowling by Green. Yeah, coming back to Philippe, I mean, he's got the best seat in the house, catching a lot of balls. He can sort of work out the pace of the wicket, the movement. And with there also, he's got a very experienced hand to his left to talk sort of, find a batting formula. But for me, he's a quality young player. I don't think that he overthinks his innings too much. He will just play the moment, will play the situation.
And wasn't that happy with what he did at international level, getting his chance in the West Indies earlier this year for Australia. So wants to go back to this level, make some runs, work on his game, and go back to that level, an even better player in the near future, hopefully.
That's the beauty about this game, is making those mistakes earlier, working out your batting strategy, working out your batting plan, connecting with experienced players. I mean, they've got a handful of quality players in this Western Australian lineup. So yeah, I mean, making those mistakes earlier in your career is for me, is worth gold dust. A lot of people must appreciate it, and from there you learn and you just become a better player.
Plenty of upside to removing Travis Head for WA, and we're certainly seeing that with the run rate as it drops below 6 at the moment. Both of these batters really struggling to get that strike rate up towards that 100. Head was there from the get-go today after hitting his first ball for 4. This man got him though. Morris was looking for the stumps again. Ty can't restrict them on that occasion.
This is the period as a batting unit where you need to tell yourself the communication between the two batters is they're bowling well at the moment. Let's just try and rotate strike as good as possible in the next 5 overs, get through this tricky period. We've just lost two sort of wickets back to back. The partnership is very key here.
So Cartwright in under the lid on the leg side, a long way off the bat, looking for one that pops up in the air perhaps if Morris can force that defensive shot on the hip.
I'm always feeling that they are trying to set him up with that fuller ball. Put the short leg in, set the game plan that we're going to come short at you, and then just bowl a normal sort of fourth off stump line, hoping that Nielsen will feel around or play around sort of around that off stump line. So smart player, but still use your 2 bumpers.
Lets that go outside the off stump. Mornay Morkel taking you inside the mind of the bowler and the captain, trying to formulate this plan to get Nielsen. So in some respects it's a bit of a decoy.
Yeah, no, I think that's the play. As we see the umpire are calling for the covers. And this is what we just spoke about. You win the toss, you're off to a decent start. Now you go off the field, you have to reset yourself. That rain focus has become so important in this first innings.
Can become mentally draining as well. Weatherall has been through it a couple of times now as the players go off. Footy season a little while off yet. West Coast Eagles are looking for a better campaign in 2022. It's footy weather right now in the West as those covers come on again with South Australia 3 for 58 in the 12th over. Some big scalps already claimed by WA, including the prize wicket of Travis Head during this little session after that initial rain delay.
Time for a cup of tea.
Hopefully not too long a stoppage here. We'll 46 over game it was as it stands, but we'll be eating into a few more overs as the players make way again. And it's when you look at the weather forecast, it's scheduled to be this kind of day. So the umpires will earn their keep today. As we take a look at the highlights so far, Mornay.
Yeah, fantastic start, sort of with, well, even sort of start. It's almost like the South Australians, they scored off any loose deliveries. You know, there was a little bit of nibble around. They got the wickets as soon as they got the ball in the right areas. But yeah, fantastic start by sort of, Travis Head tried to sort of counter punch, put the bowlers under pressure.
That was his shot just before the first rain delay. Then he came out, dropped by Cartwright. Really tough one-handed chance that still went to the boundary. There's full value for shots today if you can find the gaps. And the power play in the end restricted a little by the athleticism of Cam Green in the deep. And in the end, Travis Head was looking so ominous.
He was at one stage just dealing in boundaries.
Yeah.
I think he's in such a good form. You know, he wasn't sort of looking to drop and rotate. He's seeing the ball nicely, and then just a fantastic ball there by Morris in his first over.
And then Cam Green in his first over also struck. Got rid of McSweeney for a duck. As we take a look at the match as it stands right now, South Australia 3 for 58 after electing to bat first, and the bowlers have been so impressive.
When they got the ball in the right area, they asked fantastic questions. Lance Morris, 1 for 8 of his 2.3 overs. Cameron Green, 1 for 4 in his 2 overs. Even sort of start there with, I would say, in the first 10 overs, you know, I think you'd be happy to lose 3 wickets. And from now on, it's just about getting sort of the rain focus ready, rebuild that partnership, and find the best way to score on this wicket.
Heavy covers being put on at the moment, so we could have a significant delay here. As soon as the players get back out there ready to go, we'll be back as well. Be sure to stay with us throughout the afternoon.
And welcome back live on Fox Cricket. We've got the covers off at the WACA, which is great to see, and the mini roller out there, the one that does the crease, is just painting up the crease right now. Pelicans are gone off to Fremantle to find some fish, hopefully, and we've got some cricket on the way. Stuart Clark, Mornay Morkel alongside me, Adam Peacock, and fingers crossed, looking at the radar, hopefully the showers that have hindered us so far, the last 90 minutes lost, are gone for a while.
Afternoon, Adam. Afternoon, everybody. Well, let's hope for the cricket's sake that we are back and playing. South Australia, well, they've moved along 3 for 58. Travis Head, well, he played a lot of shots and hit the ball very, very hard, but unfortunately has nicked one off Lance Morris, who's picked up his wicket, caught behind. Jake Weatherall's 19 not out. Alex Carey was out for 5, and McSweeney nicked one as well off Cameron Green. So there's been a little bit on offer for the bowlers, I think. It's been going a little bit sideways, but certainly when they've bowled a bad ball, Mornay, they've been dispatched to the boundary.
Especially Travis Head, he was quick to jump on those sort of wide deliveries. He was dealing in boundaries at one stage, so Western Australia would be very happy to see the back of him. But it's an important little period here now. Rain break, nice opportunity for the bowlers to sort of, in that rain break, go get a little bit of physio done, grab a cup of tea, a hot shower, and now you're fresh to go. But this man, he was very impressive in that first couple of overs, hitting the wicket hard.
I really like I don't know about you, but the break used to stiff and sore, and if you're in a good rhythm and you were going okay, you wanted to keep going, and then a bit of rain, you go and sit down, you have a cup of tea, 2 cups of tea, cup of coffee, toasted sandwich. Stop raining, I've got to go back out there. It can work both ways. If you're not bowling well, you can refresh, and if you are bowling well, it can take that momentum away.
I think, like you said, it's harder more for the batters. They lost sort of two wickets just before the start of the break, so it's a nice way now for them to sort of regroup, especially with the bowlers. They had their tails up.
Jake Weatherall is there, and he's at the non-strikers, and Harry Nielsen will face the resuming ball from Morris. Lance Morris from Dunsborough, which is down near the Margaret River, moved to Perth as a 17-year-old to further his cricketing career, and looks the part.
Yeah, certainly
23 now.
He certainly, his bowling looks like he's bowling with nice pace. He's got good rhythm to the crease, picked up the big wicket of Travis Head. They're employing a short leg into Harry Nielsen at the moment, so they're going to target his body to some extent with the extra pace and bounce in this wicket. But Morris running in nice and hard, hitting the wicket nice and hard.
The short leg stays in as well for Harry Nielsen.
I like that move. Pushing Harry back into the crease, setting him up for that sort of fuller one onto off stump.
You're all about aggression, aggressive moves.
I like that. I mean, it creates pressure. Pressure creates wickets, and you win games of cricket.
I just like to let the game flow. Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
Can't imagine Harry Nielsen's played a lot at the WACA. He would have played there a little bit, obviously, throughout. He's been around the scene for a few years now, but it's certainly a place that just takes a little bit of getting used to because of the extra bounce. And until you can be assured of your technique and you've got a bit of confidence in your own game, it can just be takes a little while to get used to it. And that short leg's there to, just remind Harry Nielsen that, if I get one on target, you're going to have to fend it away and, be a little bit careful. But I really agree with Mornay that the wicket ball's the full one where he needs to be coming forward, and he doesn't, and then he throws his hands at it and nicks it behind.
What I like about Morris here is the fact that he's forcing the guys to score of his lengths. A lot
takes off.
Yeah, a lot of time you'll get you'll get feedback from the back, from the keepers, or the bowling coach will send a message, listen, get it up fuller, and then you start sort of searching for a length where he's just bowling his natural length, and he said, all right guys, you need to make a move of my length.
Well, that's the end of the 12th over, which took about 85 to 90 minutes. And it's a good one from Morris, and now Cameron Green to continue. So there's 3 wickets that South Australia have lost. Josh Phillippe in the game each and every time. Can Green find the edge again? Nearly. Beautiful little bit of outswing.
A little bit of moisture on the wicket. I think undercovers there for a little bit. And the hard roller, the big heavy roller on it. Bowlers refreshed. The ball's probably had a little bit of time to dry out with the umpires as well. So I'd imagine it's fairly good bowling conditions at the moment at the WACA, and both bowlers thus far have been there or thereabouts, just forcing both the left-handers not sure when to play and when to leave.
Smashed by Weatherald. And it does find the boundary, despite the fact that the outfield would have a little bit of moisture in it and on it. Quality shot.
Sort of he was expecting or calling, waiting for that back of a length ball. Both bowlers are tall, 6'6", and that's why it's so important to get that length right, guys. We'll be sitting on the back foot, waiting for any width. Length is key for Green.
Oh, nearly chopped it on. We saw a bizarre one in the T20 World Cup. Can we talk about that, Morne, yet? A couple of days removed from South Africa's defeat to Australia.
Let's give it another couple of hours.
Sorry, mate.
Wait till they towel up Sri Lanka. Who are they playing next?
We play West Indies tomorrow night.
Yes. After they've towed up the West Indies. So that means we can talk about their back.
That's the primetime game tomorrow night. No primetime game tonight for Australian viewers in the T20 World Cup, but Afghanistan, Scotland, big opportunity for either of those two sides. It's the next match from that tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was a beautiful game. It was a great game, low-scoring game. I mean, we spoke about it off air. I'm a big fan of low-scoring, chaseable totals. It's like watching golf on a Sunday. You know, the leader's got a 3-shot lead, but you know the greens are going to be tough. And
you're a US Open guy. You want it like +2 to win.
For sure.
Not this -27 or whatever.
And I thought it was a fantastic effort for South Africa to take it to the last over. I sort of fell asleep at the halfway mark, thinking 118, and then woke up with Warner's wicket. And yeah, it's a close game.
Cameron Green, he's been given the all clear to bowl at full capacity. The word is that if he's playing in a red ball game, he can get out 20 overs an innings, which is good given the limitations that were placed on him last summer.
Probably doesn't need to bowl that much anyway. It's not something that, I can't see Cameron Green, unless he's having a real day out where he's getting guys out for fun. But if he's in the test team and Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Richardson... So the ball, the 5 balls, 6 balls, 7 balls he's faced before that induced that shot, because they're all back foot shots, and you can just see his weight. And if you look at the sheet, doesn't really get anywhere near the ball. He doesn't take a stride at the ball because he just got used to that back of a length. The ball's hitting the bat, hitting the bat, hitting the bat, and it's a good piece of bowling. And it just goes to show it takes time.
And also, Harry's, he's 4'15". Yeah. First ball, he sort of reckons in his half, I'm going to go at it. And with the extra bounce and a bit of nibble now after the rain, that's a dangerous shot to play.
He did score a century in the Marsh Cup last season at this ground, Harry Nielsen, but he looks a little off that particular form because that was an extraordinary game of cricket. WA 369 in the first innings, and then South Australia nearly ran it down. A huge partnership between Nielsen and Head, and then it all crumbled after that. Well,
I remember I covered that game on Fox, and I remember very different wicket, a lot flatter, a lot less sideways movement. This one, a little bit of moisture on top, cloudy conditions, certainly different stage of the innings. But it goes to show it takes time to get guys out. You can't just... You've got to set guys up. You've got to be patient. You've got to get enough balls in the right spot. Too many younger cricketers try and get wickets every ball, and it just doesn't work that way.
Morris to continue. Bit of fielding there from AJ Ty.
And especially when you're facing these sort of conditions. Sometimes in the bowler's mind you think this is the perfect bowling conditions. Bit of grass and overheat conditions. And you get greedy. you go for that wicket ball. But it's about creating that pressure, having dot balls, setting a batter up.
I'm looking forward to seeing if AJ's first ball in this game is better than the first ball that he came up with in the previous one, where it bounced right on his foot. And just beats Philippi, and that will run away. Stuart Clark making the sign of 4 runs as soon as it got past the keeper.
Yeah, it's as I said earlier with speed. It's one of those places, and having been here lots and lots of times, you beat the infield invariably, or more than likely. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's very short straight too. It's not a long hit either way. It's far wider square. So at the pace Morris is bowling too, a little bit of pad. Philippi valiant, not to be.
Your guys' thoughts on Travers winning the toss and batting first?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting given the amount of grass on the wicket 1, overhead conditions 2, and those overhead conditions were always, the forecast was for rain. So, interesting decision, that one. Conditions are not sure what the plan was there.
They're helped by the reduction, if you like, because their run rate, it's not horrible. Wide and a big waft outside off stump from Weatherall.
A long way back there, the keeper. I'm sort of looking. Played a game with Brett Lee where Brad Haddon stood outside the circle. He did. He was standing outside the circle. It was that far back.
And it was still over hip height?
Oh, yeah.
No, thanks. If I've got a bat in my hand.
I was at third man. I reckon I was closer to Brad Haddon than the batter was.
It's nicely struck from Weatherall. Will it make it all the way? Not quite.
Yeah, we were faced with a similar situation at the MCG. The big Sean Tate running in.
Oh.
And Haddon was also standing miles back.
It's one of those things that I don't know if anyone's actually thought about. When the keeper's so far back, every ball you can run.
You can run, yeah.
In a T20 game, you could run down there because it'd almost be impossible if you left as he lets it go, as you're allowed to do, and run. Very hard to run you out, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to throw it quick enough to the other end.
Yeah.
Well done from Morris there to make sure there was not a quick scamper through for a single. End of that over, 3 for 70.
The only point to that is, I'm not sure if you're on the non-strikers and you really want to run down and face that.
Sean Tate's first ball was, I think, 156. And the tail enders were sitting there, oh my word. And then, I'll never forget it, Neil McKenzie walked in and he said, guys, if you face him tonight, just make yourself small. And Lawaba Tutobi was in to bat, and he could see, as Tate was running in, he was just going down.
Green continues. Not at the pace of Sean Tate.
Yeah, making himself a small target, and the ball was quite full, so he played and missed. He walked off saying he nicked the ball. The umpire gave him not out. And he had to go back. Anyway, after the game, he walked off, and Neil McGinty took his gloves and he just sort of dusted the dirt off it. We laugh about it now, but it's never nice facing those nasty quicks.
Tate or Lee? Which one would you rather?
Yeah. Neither's the answer to that question.
I just think Tate had a sort of very slingy, messy sort of action. It was very hard to pick that ball up. But yeah.
I played Brett. Brett and myself were sort of the similar age, so we played a little bit against one another coming through, and it was never fun. You could, I don't know. But Tate was awkward because it went behind his back, and you lost sight of it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Just what you wanted. So is it fair to say that your famous grade cricket century didn't come against Brett Lee's Mossman, was it?
I remember batting in a Shield game, and Tate was bowling, and I don't know, someone ran out some gloves and said, how are you going? And I think I said, I'm married with 2 kids, I don't need this in my life.
Let's not forget Mr. Mitchell Johnson.
No, he was
on five his fouls.
There's no better. Mind you, my old mate sitting here on the right, he ended a lot of blokes, looked at him and went, oh, no, not that. Cameron Green, he bowls quicker than you think. He sort of ambles into the crease. There isn't a lot of... He hasn't got that big... But it's a lot of power as he lets the ball go.
He's a fair athlete. One thing that really struck me last summer, and watching him live in the Australia A games and the Test matches as well. It's beautifully struck straight to the fielder though, Matt Kelly. Down quickly. His athleticism. Had him at gully most of the time, or point, or if not in the deep. And in the deep, he was, or going after balls, he'd save 10 runs an innings.
He's a type of bowler. When batters talk about him in the pub, he will say he's a heavy bowler. He bowls a heavy ball.
You're not allowed to say that because there's one very esteemed former international captain that really gets angry when you say that.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
Back there. Into the over.
He hits the bat nice and hard, is what you say.
Okay.
3 for 72. Hits the pitch hard.
Hits the pitch hard, hits the bat hard. But the ball's the same weight.
Okay.
But I know exactly. Jarks Callis was that guy.
Like that, yeah.
He didn't look like there was... It got to you a little bit quicker than you thought. Cameron Green, we're talking about his athleticism. It's actually very hard to see a poor athlete in modern day cricket in any version of the game now, because the amount of training they do, the amount of effort and time they put on their fitness and their agility, you're very, very unlikely to see someone that genuinely can't field. Or remember the old days, the old Phil Tufnell type player that had... Most players can do both disciplines. Can do 2 of the 3 disciplines really well, and they're adequate with the 3rd discipline.
Well, there was that they do on Fox Cricket a bit, the Greg Chappell innings against Pakistan, the SCG, and a couple of Greg Chappell shots.
I know what you're talking
about. He wasn't getting down quickly, very quickly, and fair enough, he was a big unit, and it's lovely clipped off the pads from Weatherall for a couple. But yeah, fielding standards can't get away with it anymore.
Well, you look at all of them out there. Sean Marsh at 38, and if he gets a chance, you'll see him run around diving in the field. And it's just not acceptable in any form of professional cricket now to be, or not be adequate, if not above average in the field.
Just short, backward point. Weatherall was helped Travis Head a lot in that magnificent innings at Karen Rolton Oval, the steadying ship at the other end. Head was going berserk. He's got a big part to play if South Australia to set a real task for WA this afternoon.
Very good square of the wicket, Jake Weatherall.
Yeah.
Offside in particular, but really likes the ball, throw his hands at it. He's actually a lot like Travis Head. He's got very similar mannerisms and technique to Travis Head. Both these guys that are bowling at the moment and the rest of the Western, they would have talked about keeping it full and up there and making Jake Weatherall hit the ball back down the ground.
I thought I lost a
Little nibble?
or something.
Beautiful line, Morris.
Are you a big fan of a long run-up?
No.
I see you walking back, and
I like looking at the cricket of the 80s when guys are pushing off the side screen and stuff. Must have bowled about 45 overs in the day. Over eights, you would have done your match fee every game, that type of stuff. Oh.
End of that over. Another good one from Morris. 3 for 74. The runs have dried up after the rain.
round about the circle's about right. I think somewhere around about there. You don't want to be too much further than... couldn't have thought you weren't past the circle there.
Mine was about 20 metres.
Apart from that time you decided to stretch it out to 28.
28 metres, yeah, we've covered that one before. But, well, I mean, if you take the amount of turns I made, so that is also... it's about 27 after the third turn.
Green to continue to Nielsen.
See, Mitchell Johnson, when he burst, had the really short run up, and then he lost a little bit of control. Then he went to worked with Dennis and got a very more rhythmical run up, and it worked wonders for him. But Green's again, it's around about the circle. I'm not saying the circle, but somewhere around about there. But it really depends on what you need to be at your maximal as you let the ball go.
Well, you look at Jasper Bumrah.
Well, there you go.
It's 3 steps almost.
I just found it very hard. The longer my run-up was, sort of my strides got too big, and I really struggled to snap over my front foot, where if it was a little bit shorter, I could really drive through the crease a lot better. But there's sort of some days you wake up, there's a bit more adrenaline in your body, you push it back a little bit, and there's other days when you in your 23rd, 25th over and you bring it forward by a metre because you can't get to the crease. It's all about adapting.
He's really looking for that short ball, whether all he's really sitting back. Anything that's slightly short, he's trying to pull.
Well, they can't put the foot down too hard here. This match has been reduced to 38 overs each after the rain. 3 down. Has the handbrake on a little at the moment for South Australia. Only quick wickets here, and it's in danger of bowled out for not many, but that's neatly tucked away off the pads. Jake Witherall has he scored 2 centuries in a Shield game against WA here a couple of seasons back, and also a 100 v New South Wales early in the Marsh Cup 18-19 at the WACA.
They want to be a little bit careful as well, because Ryan Gibson's in next, can play, and then you've got Nathan McAndrews, a hard-hitting all-rounder, and then you're into Worrell, Agar, Doggett and Pope. So if they lost 2 quick wickets here, South Australia, they're really going to battle to post a decent total. So both these guys probably are aware of that. They probably spoke about that during the break. And it's really about consolidation and really trying to build up and some momentum and set up the innings.
And Nielsen can't find any rhythm at the moment. It's the end of the over, 3 for 76. Harry's not out of form. It wasn't that long ago he top scored for South Australia against Queensland in the Shield match, 77 in that game at Adelaide Oval, in which South Australia probably disappointed not to take something from it after bowling, or taking an outright victory, I'm saying. They bowled Queensland out for a tick over 150 and couldn't bowl them out in the second innings. Here's AJ Ty coming on. Just be looking to land the first one on a good length.
I didn't see
you didn't see it?
But I've listened to you.
So he's bowled it, and it has dead set landed about an inch away from his front foot, and then it bounced off the pitch.
Right.
He just makes sure he gets that one on the line.
Interesting bowling change. This Morris was causing a little bit of both Wetherell and Nielsen weren't particularly comfortable facing Morris, and AJ Ty's quality bowler, but I would have thought you could have saved him right up for the end in the final overs, because he is known for his variations and his 14 or 15 different slow balls. So
right, maybe give Morris 1 or 2, or maybe possibly go for Matt Kelly. Matt Kelly is a guy that comes in nice and close. But Ty, for me, he's the leading wicket taker off the Marsh Cup at the moment. There's a bit of X factor about him. He always picks up 1 or 2 wickets, and like we say, with him having a longish tail, and Daniel Worrell not sort of in the best of form of late.
He could have really gone for the jugular. Picked up 2 wickets here.
And that one was there to be hit, but you could hear it off the bat. It wasn't exactly off the middle.
Yeah, it didn't come out. Sounds like he might have broken his bat. No, just didn't quite time it.
It's quite interesting. He bowled that one cross him, and quite full. And I think with a bit of nibble there in the wicket. You know, maybe go semi-cross him or seam up. But maybe just that is one of those where try and keep Harry on that back foot.
The bowlers, by the way, that you're wondering about Lance Morris, he's bowled 5. 3 bowlers will be allowed 8 overs and 2 7. So maybe keeping him for late in the innings, seeing that he's bowling quite well. That's the conundrum you face, isn't it, as a captain? Do you bowl a guy out because you know he's on top and he's just about to make the breakthrough, or do you hold in case you need him for later?
Yeah, it's always the challenge. You can just sense this over. The pressure's not as great as it was in the previous over, and just hasn't got that. Doesn't feel like it's got that explosiveness to it. AJ Ty's probably not as quick through the air. Still gets the ball to move around a bit, but yeah, just taking the pressure off slightly, and both Nielsen and Weatherall just look a little bit more comfortable.
And we saw it the last game with against Tassie. But Tassie sort of held their main strike force back, and Western Australia got a couple of partnerships. It's the tail wag. So for me, go for the keel now straight away. There's enough bowling sort of options for you in your bowling unit. That's good enough. Get your best bowlers on now. Take wickets. It will just make life a lot easier at the back end.
Even if you bowled one of them out, or whoever it may be, even if it was Guthrie or Kelly or whoever it may be, just get through those. If they bowl 8 overs, well, you've still got 3 others that can come on. And the beauty is, what you're always searching for is making sure you don't get caught short. But AJ Ty can bowl at the end. You might be thinking the same thing. I wonder why they're not bowling Kelly.
Light little shower starting to fall as Weatherall has to scamper to get in there.
Another option for Green is he's bowled majority of his overs around the wicket. On that back hard length. So maybe it's just to come for a couple of balls over the wickets, change the angle a little bit.
Oh, out of control off the top edge. All the way though, I think that hit concrete on the full.
Yeah, top edge, Green digging it in, and Weatherall jumped inside, got a big top edge, but as I said, short boundaries, straight either end or behind the wicket keeper, and it's gone all the way into the crowd. I think that's sort of nowhere near landing inside the rope.
It's one of those as a bowler, you walk back and you think that you don't deserve to go for 60. You've actually beaten the batter, and with a top edge to go for 6. Batter's game.
Always has been. Game invented by batters for batters.
Why'd you play it then?
Just to pay me.
He's moved a long way across there. Jake Weatherall, who's got his way to 40 already. That happened quickly. Good to see the sun out.
Yeah, well, light shower, sunshine. What going on weather-wise over in Perth? You can see the fielders continually drying the ball, so there must be plenty of moisture on the ground still. picking up the ball.
Bent the back on that. Green. He'll have to do it again.
We're gonna see a beautiful cover drive here, and then we're gonna say it's because the sun is out. I always love it in the English conditions when they play the overhead conditions. The ball is nipping around, sun pokes his head out, and then the sun's out. It's not flat.
There are places like that in the world where it does happen. Like Johannesburg's one,
Yeah.
and Brisbane another. Brisbane, you put the clouds in, it's like I don't know what happens. There certainly is as a tactic bowling short to Harry Nielsen. They're quite confident that he's less comfortable when the ball's above sort of waist height. They haven't thrown a lot up outside of something. They've been short and generally out his body or whatever it may be. So the general consensus is Harry must be a little bit suspect against the short ball, and then every now and then they throw up a full wide one and see if he wants to drive.
Oh, that is crushed onto the dirt hill.
Oh, it's plugged.
Plugged lie.
Play it from there.
Jake Weatherall, what a shot that was over mid-wicket.
It's a nice little divot in the ground.
Get that out of that bunker.
He's just sitting back, Jake Weatherall, Cameron Green, bowling back of a length. Weatherall sort of waiting for it out of his crease. You can see there, takes a small step forward, but all his weight transfers onto his back foot and quick hands through the ball.
And so that makes this his highest score against WA in this competition. That was Travis Headlike a couple of weeks ago. Did that over 3 for 98. AJ Ty to continue. They can't find the ball. It's there.
I just don't think there's a work site.
No one wants to go up and get it. Well, it's a day off, obviously. It's too much rain, so...
What are you suggesting? They don't work in the rain? Those tradesmen over there, or?
Generally speaking, no. A work site in the rain gets bit. They were working here a couple of weeks ago when they were playing. Maybe they got told, because there's a game today, guys.
I mean, RDO.
Have a day off. RDO. Monday. Long weekend.
Monday long weekend in Perth.
The guys who are part of this redevelopment of the WACA, which is going to go on for the next couple of years, and they're going to make it a 15,000-seater boutique venue.
Is that your Inverarity stand will be removed? Is that the...
Yes, but it's going to take a while because it's riddled with asbestos.
Right.
Which is not good. Short one from AJ Ty again to Harry Nielsen.
He certainly had no trouble playing the short ball there. He smacked that one.
That's a better option for him, to get into a good position and take it on. I think if you're just going to try and sort of fend it off, you're going to get yourself into bad positions.
You were just sort of feeling one was going to get big on him sooner or later.
Yeah.
He was going to shoulder one up into behind the wicket there. But that was a nice looking shot by Nielsen. Got in line, got it nice and early.
He did get undone by a short ball in the Shield game against Queensland, though. So perhaps that's what WA are going after again.
.38 years young, Sean Marsh.
Still loves it.
Been around for a long time.
Doesn't have to be out here, does he?
No. Good on Sean Marsh for continuing to play cricket, and especially 4-day cricket. A lot of guys stop playing and go to the T20 circuit.
What about Mitch? Does he stay at his batting position throughout this T20 World Cup, or are you on the Shane Warne Stoinis to 3 bandwagon?
Making a strong case for it, Marcus Stoinis. He batted beautifully, I thought, the other night. Does it? Opens the batting for Melbourne Stars, I think. Does he not? Is it Melbourne Stars he plays for? Yes, that's correct. So, yeah, certainly would have no trouble with it. I do like the way Marcus Stoinis plays. He walks out there and he just owns the place. Like, he's just got confidence. Whether he's batting well or not, you wouldn't know. He just sort of like the big chest and stands there. And it's got to... I think it gives everyone else a sense of confidence around him.
Did you see him the other night, though? He was trying to stay calm. And he talked about this after his innings, which got Australia home that I had to calm myself. The passionate blood that courses through my veins sometimes gets the better of me. Oh,
that's a
inside out. What a beauty from AJ Chine. And Josh Philippi is saying, how on earth is that not my 4th catch of the innings?
It's too good.
It's one of the better balls you'll see today. Pitches around about off stump, good full length, angling in towards off stump. Weatherall feels as though he's got to play. Hits the seam and goes the other way, and his left foot ends up in front of his right foot and sort of wandering off down the pitch.
I suppose with Stoyne, it's quite hard during a World Cup. If you...
Let's work down. That's the 100 up for South Australia. End of the 20th over. It is 3 for 100.
If you sort of won a game, you sort of worked your role out, and now the next game you need to change yourself back at 3. And I know he's opening batting for the Stars and he's used to it, but you sort of work out your game plans, you work out how you're going to go about things, and then you chop and change it. I've never been a big fan of that, but I mean nowadays guys are more capable to adapt, and he's that type of player. But I like him down in order for Australia. He's so dangerous. The game is never done with him still in the sheds.
He was holding a bit in, like the big deep breaths before that last over he faced. So change of bowling here. Guthrie back into the attack. He's expensive, but a bit of zip about him in his first spell.
Yeah, he got the ball to swing as well. Got the ball to move away from the left-hander.
It will be interesting to see if Australia's batting lineup finishes the tournament the way it was the other night. There's a lot of talk. Inglis, do you find a spot for him? Marsh, where does he sit? Steve Smith, he did say on the show last night on Fox Cricket, I'm happy to go wherever the situation dictates I need to go. Maybe not 4 all the time.
Well, I think that's a fair point, and it's probably Stephen understanding his game as well. That if Warner, Finch, Stoinis, Marsh, whoever it may be, bats at 3, get away, and Australia are 1 for a lot after 13 overs. Well, if you've got Wade, Marsh, or Stoinis, Inglis, if it may be, well, they're probably better off going in than Stephen Smith is at that stage.
But I also feel it's not a bad thing to have, one batter in that top 4 that can rotate strike well.
Fair bit of fielding here from Josh Philippi.
And hit the stumps. Very nice.
And he squared him up.
Harry Nielsen, 12 or 32. He would sort of feel like now on the balcony, sort of talking about, can I rotate strike? It's 4 of him just to block those sort of noises out and just fight through this little tricky period.
Do you feel that?
Or
you know it's happening? You know what they're talking about? They know you're talking about you out there?
As cricketers, there's a lot of thoughts that goes through our minds during the day. And very, very often, it's quite the opposite. They might be saying, just hang in there, don't give it away. And you think, all right, I must get a move on here. I'm putting the guys under pressure.
Yeah, I think that's that happens a lot, that what you're actually thinking is opposite, because I'd imagine most of the players, you've done the hard work, you're getting yourself in. Don't throw it away now by playing a reverse sweep or something stupid, You'll catch it up, give yourself time. You've actually done the right job, but it's not the way. One of the great problems with this game as a player is there's too much time to think. Jake Weatherall standing down the non-striker's end. It's the end of the over at 3 for 103 after 21. But you spend so much time. The great little man of self-doubt just creeps in, and he doesn't need to. When you're playing well, it doesn't exist, but that's the game, that And you think it's just you, but everyone has it.
And that's why it's important that, you know, the 12th he runs up with a bottle of water and just say, boys, all good, keep going.
Nothing on that one. Close to the pad and bat. As opposed to the 12th coming out and saying, would you guys please remind yourselves that you're playing in a white ball game here? Can you get it going?
Get on with it.
Any chance?
Get on with it, or Jason's going to retire. It's never been the message.
Oh, got a little finger on that, I reckon, AJ Ty as well. So Harry Nielsen had to have his wits about him.
Yeah, he was lucky. Got his bat backing up. All good. Starting to see the ball nicely here, where they're all just hear the ball coming off the bat, very crisp, a lot of power, like an off-cutter slower ball, that one. On this wicket, if you can bowl that ball, get the seam to wobble down the wicket, that's the one that's going to be, I think, a real handful on this wicket.
And I think that's the majority of Ty's plan here, is to wobble that ball.
You see Jimmy Anderson use it very effectively overseas when the conditions of the suit just not sure which way they're going to go, but at least they're going. It's going one way.
Yeah.
Outside edge-ish. Will they come back for a couple? No. So Weatherall stuck on 49. Harry Nielsen, otherwise, 24 dots in this inning so far. 4 overs of no scoring.
Are you suggesting we give him the hook?
I'm just saying if drinks happen anytime soon, which I think they're going to,
give him the hook with drinks.
What will the message be?
Yeah, the message will be: look, you've done the hard work. Now you've got to deliver. You've got yourself in. It's been hard going, and the ball's doing a little bit, but you've got through the really tough part of the innings, and see if you can cash in and really pick up that scoring rate from here.
I'm convinced. I played a game back home. I was batting with Daryl Cullinan. I was 18 years old. Also scratching my way through the innings. And I'm convinced Daryl Cullinan said, no, I'm going to run this boy out. The next ball, he blocked it. The big yes! And then I was batting with Daryl.
More on that story in a moment, but that's 50 for Jack Weatherall. Well played. And he's been the anchor of this inning so far for South Australia and given them a little bit of a platform to work with in this 38 overs match that's been turned into thanks to the conditions and the rain about in Perth today.
Yeah, so, very, very awkward, weird run for Daryl when he wasn't big on the running. But as an 18-year-old, you take it on, and I wasn't even halfway down the track, and I just, as I was walking off the ground, I said, no, the man is obviously bored with me. let's get the big hitters in.
3 for 107 after 22.
I think that there's potential for that to happen in a T20 game. If someone can get retired, or it hasn't happened as yet, but you can just see if one bloke can't get in, can't get them away, and you've got someone sitting inside, that'll do us. Big hook comes out, in the old stage, you see the big hook, and one of those.
That's a long walk off.
It's an embarrassing walk off, isn't it?
Walk of shame.
Yeah.
Guthrie. Daryl say anything after that?
No, he said you should back up. You were sitting on your back, and I'm like, Daryl, there's no. Oh, I didn't really say that. I was thinking it. There's no way.
Sorry, Mr. Cullen.
Let us a run. But anyways, I'll work hard on my running between the wickets.
Whenever an Australian thinks of Daryl Cullinan, they think of one man and one man only. And Nielsen goes for that. And after a series of near misses and trying to get going, he smashed one over the fence, over fine leg.
I reckon they missed a trick here, Western Australia, by changing up the bowling. I think Morris was real breakthrough, take away another couple of wickets. They went to the change, tie. He hadn't bowled badly, but I think they really had the pressure on South Australia, and you can just starting to feel it starting to ease now with the odd 4, Nielsen just peeling off a 6, and there was plenty of opportunity there to really, really stick it to South Australia.
Oh, clean bowl, straight through. So Harry's first big shot of the innings is swiftly followed by the end of his innings. Good bowling from Guthrie.
Beautiful ball by Guthrie, getting the length and line spot on there. Harry was sort of trying to drive it down the ground. Oh, the ball also shaped back a little bit. Nielsen goes for 15.
Yeah, good piece of bowling. That was full. Nielsen really didn't get in line. He was trying to go straight back down the ground, but didn't get his foot far enough forward. Hit a 6, 15 off 37. Just when the pressure was starting to ease, unfortunately Harry Nielsen's lost his wicket. Good piece of bowling by Guthrie. He's picked up his second wicket. So it's round out 3 for 107 in the 22nd.
The scoreboard's a little behind. I think it's 4 for 113.
I was only out by a wicket and 6.
They didn't give him the 6 from before. But,
Ryan Gibson makes his way to the middle. Good Sydney boy. Didn't get much of an opportunity for New South Wales, and went down a couple of years ago, and Jason Gillespie shown some faith in him. Get him out there in the middle and let him apply his trade.
From the Penrith club.
Played at Penrith.
Cummins territory.
Campbelltown, I think he had a game, a season or two there. He may have a season with Bankstown, perhaps. Always been a good prospect. Ryan Gibson.
Clarky, are you a cricket badger? He's one of those.
A little bit, mate. Little bit. I just seem to remember stuff about cricket.
That's very impressive.
And a lot of blokes that played in New South Wales have gone into state as well. So, right, Jordan Silk. Remember, you know Silky?
Yeah.
Penrith boy. Played a lot of cricket for Penrith.
Dealing with the Cummins clan at the moment on something that's coming up on Fox Cricket, and Jordan Silk was one of the members of a backyard test matches, which had a bit of meaning.
Okay.
Jordan Silk played beautifully at this ground a couple of weeks ago to get Tasmania home in a Marsh Cup game.
He's actually a really good study, Jordan Silk, because his cricket's really improved each and every year, and big bash player, and now almost a mainstay in the Sixers team, finding his way in domestic cricket now again.
It's the end of the over, a successful one for WA. Morkel's just going to step out for a moment. There you go, there's that scorecard up 4 for 116.
AJ Ty's going to continue. He's got about 3 overs done for 11. .36 overs post. Oh, let's see. Somewhere about 200. Given the 4 down from here, Adam, I think that'll be about the number, depending on whether all has a bit of a night out, scores a few more. You'd imagine that'll be a pretty good total. Pretty strong Western Australian batting lineup. Plenty of players that can hit the ball hard and score runs quickly, so it'll be a good chase no matter what it is from here.
Big dependence on this next 5 overs or so. If they lose another couple, that will really make it difficult to get to the end of the 38 overs with a full complement of wickets still intact, but Weatherall, he holds the key.
Yeah, I was going to say, stating the obvious that Weatherall, 53 of 68, looked good all day. Still plenty of shine on that ball. You can still see the riding on the... so the ball's not particularly getting scuffed up.
Signed a 4-year deal with the strikers in the BBL, Jake Weatherall. 4-year deals in BBL. Don't hear many of those going around.
No, you don't. But he's certainly been a proven performer for them in the last couple of years. Back of the length by Ty there, and nice leave by Gibson.
Speaking of BBL, they're fearful over in the West that Scorchers in the men's BBL are going to have to play the season on the road, which is weird because the WBBL is about to head to Perth. Some of the teams are about to head to there. There's some games at Lilac Hill on the weekend.
Right. But they're coming from a not a hot zone. Sydney
They're in a bubble in Tassie.
Yeah.
There's a big chance that the Scorchers are going to have to play every single game on the road in the men's competition.
Yeah, well, I suppose by that stage, when you think about it, the rest of the country will be open to some extent, if not fully open, for Victoria and New South Wales. And Western Australia have taken a different tact. And they'll have to, unfortunately, deal with that. So I feel sorry for the Western Australian or the Scorchers, but I'm sure they'll make do, and I'm sure they'll... it'll probably go one of two ways. We saw with the Melbourne Storm in the Rugby League last year how much that binded and brought them together.
Inside out, in the air.
I think it carried going across him and with a half volley or something of that ilk.
Just short. Yeah, the problem is, though, for those players in the end of the over, 4 for 120, by the way. Problem for the WA-based players in the Scorchers lineup. They have to go back. They're going to have to sit in a hotel for 2 weeks when they get home by themselves. No, thanks.
Yeah, well, that's... hopefully there is some more to follow on that. Different tact here from Guthrie. He's going around the wicket, angling the ball back into Ryan Gibson. Plays a little bit around the ball, Ryan Gibson. His sort of front foot goes and he opens up, goes around the ball, so they feel as though Guthrie feels, I'm sure, if he can angle one into the stumps and just get it to move a little bit off the seam, Gibson's a chance to edge it through to the men behind the stumps.
Yeah, they're still hopeful, though, of hosting an Ashes test in Perth. The WA government has the Wackers plan to run that test. Quarantine rules or bubbles needed for the 2 squads coming into the state. And that's going to be at the end of the Ashes series.
But surely they're not going to have it without any crowds there, where you can have crowds everywhere else in the country.
They'll be having crowds there. That was what you were talking about, Stuart Clark.
That's the delivery. You can see there angling in. Ryan Gibson, hands going around the ball, going from sort of gully through to cover. Not getting full enough to it, and you can see his front foot really doesn't go to the pitch of the ball. Hands go at the ball, and good piece of bowling that by Guthrie, angling in, getting the ball to seam away. Everything but taking the edge.
Would you try and bowl the exact same one now if you're Guthrie?
Absolutely. There or thereabouts. probably a little bit straighter, that delivery, but again, angle in, trying to get the ball to tail away towards Marsh and Philippi behind the stumps.
Yeah, the WA government haven't got back to... They're expecting to hear soon about whether or not they're going to give that plan a tick to have an Ashes test. And it will be in front of a crowd at Optus Stadium in January. That's through from Gibson. A couple coming for South Australia.
Yeah, it's going to be a big series. The Ashes always is. There'll be plenty of interest. Certainly, there'll be plenty of fans in there. I'm not sure about the Barmy Army. Are they coming? What are we doing? Are we allowing them in? Probably not.
There's a fair few expats, if you haven't noticed, here in Australia. So it takes one to take up the hymn sheet and everyone follows.
I'm talking about taking the trumpeter and Jimmy and the rest of them. Shot.
And that's through. They'll do well to haul this in the deep. All the way from Gibson.
Yeah, nice shot, Gibson, that time. Getting his better stride at the ball and hitting it away down the hill. So you can see there it's a better stride at the ball. Doesn't try and overhit it, just punches it with the slope of the ground. Down breeze. 4 runs from the moment he hit the ball.
Daniel Andrews saying that they're going to get 80,000 to the Boxing Day test. Be pretty cool.
I hope so.
Shot. Absolutely crunched from Weatherall. Doesn't quite get it, and that's a longer boundary out there. All the way, does.
Here's the state of play right now after the drinks break. South Australia 4 for 133 in a rain-interrupted first innings of this Marsh Cup encounter. It's a 38-over game now, so still 12 overs to go. And 4 down, Stuart Clark. How do they play this with 12 to go?
Well, I think the key is very much Jake Weatherall saying it along. He's batted beautifully. He's hitting the ball nicely to all parts of the ground, really sweating on anything short. Now, the key is not to lose too many wickets, Speedy. If they do, then they're going to be really up against it come the latter part of this innings in the last couple of overs. But we've seen there's still plenty of bowling options. Kelly's still got 4 overs to bowl. Norris still got 3 overs to bowl. So there's still plenty. There's still plenty of options there for Ashton Turner. And if they can pick up a wicket or two from a Western Australian point of view, I think they're right in this game to try and really restrict the South Australians.
3 bowlers can bowl 8 overs. The other 2 can bowl 7. Getting a bit of shape back in there. Here's Guthrie. So would you have... And 4 down, Stuart Clark. How do they play this with 12 to go?
Well, I think the key is very much Jake Weatherall saying it along. He's batted beautifully. He's hitting the ball nicely to all parts of the ground, really sweating on anything short. Now, the key is not to lose too many wickets, Speedy. If they do, then they're going to be really up against it come the latter part of this innings in the last couple of overs. But we've seen there's still plenty of bowling options. Kelly's still got 4 overs to bowl. Norris still got 3 overs to bowl. So there's still plenty. There's still plenty of options there for.
Bowl 8 overs. The other 2 can bowl 7. Getting a bit of shape back in there. Here's Guthrie. So would you have AJ Tye amongst those to bowl the 8, or you'd go other way?
Well, I would have gone the other way at the moment. AJ Tye's going to bowl from one end at the end of the innings. We know he's got all these variations. We know he's very, very hard to get away with at the end of the innings. So I'd be bringing him back now and then just seeing how the game unfolds, because you know you can bowl him 4, but you may...
That one down to fine leg for a single.
Especially when you're chasing and people talk, it's all about restricting of runs, and it is to some extent, but the best way to restrict the scoring, no matter whether you're batting first, is by taking wickets, because you've got to make the assumption that the team batting second will go at the scoring rate, no matter what it is. And if you don't get them out, well, they'll just get them. So it's very important that you pick up wickets and you stem the flow of runs, because you don't want to be bowling at 3, 4 and 5 in the last 5 overs. You want to be bowling 7, 8 and 9.
Got on top of it, kept it down importantly, but straight to Cartwright, who's in that hot spot area. Dropped a hot chance off head early on. One-handed effort from Cartwright that didn't cost WA in the end. He went not long after that anyway. Gibson going along all right, considering how tied down Nielsen was, and Weatherall's strike rate has dropped off since the early stages today. Again, just able to rotate the strike.
Yeah, and that's what the South Australians at the moment, both Weatherall and Gibson, happy to rotate the strike. If they get if they get a bad ball or a ball in their wheelhouse, they try and dispatch to the boundary. I saw a towering 6 by Weatherall from a back of a length ball from Cameron Green a little bit earlier on, about 5 or 6 overs ago, that went into the dirt you can see in the background there. But apart from that, there hasn't been many 4s hit in recent times.
Again, that tight line from Guthrie.
It's really where Weatherall's really not as comfortable. That ball's tailing back in, but it's the length. Weatherall's got to come forward. There's nothing on the back foot he can throw his hands at, and it's the line just tailing back to hit off stump. It's really good, consistent bowling. Hasn't picked up a wicket or gone past the edge, but it's just uncomfortable for Weatherall and making it hard for him to score with any freedom.
If WA are going to keep on trying that tactic to him to tie him down, is there anything he can do differently, move around his crease a little more?
Well, I think you've been seeing Weatherall, if he gets 2 or 3 there, he goes across his crease and just tries to break it up a little bit. Guthrie goes a bit wider, he runs it down to third man. Occasionally he comes down, the wicket takes half a stride. So, watch that as this innings progresses. Those little things will come into the game just to try and break up the length. And we know with AJ Tye at the end of the innings, it's a little bit more difficult because he has so many variations. Morris back into the attack.
Great figures so far. WA is number 1. That time turned around the corner by Gibson.
Gutsy move to put number 1 on your back, isn't it?
What's a bolder move, putting the 1 or the 23 on your back?
Well, that's got a lot to do. 23 is a tough one as well. Destined for people to say things.
You've got to have X factor.
05.
Yeah.
Don't really put that on your back. The guy I used to play soccer with at 05.
Yeah, right. Peter Brock inspired.
Big fan.
Again, instant replay of where they tie up Weatherall.
Yeah, they've really, really worked hard here, the Western Australians, on making sure nothing short, no width, really tying up Jake Weatherall and force him to play a shot that he's not particularly comfortable with.
Historically, he's looked really good at the WACA. Scored plenty of runs here down the years. Half century to his name today. That slower ball down leg side.
Looks a bit stiff at the moment, Morris. Looks like he's just warming up, getting himself back into this. Bowled with good pace earlier on, good bounce, good carry. Looking forward to seeing him bats later on this afternoon as well. Josh Philippi. Good line again.
As we've seen so far today, WA will be looking to make the most of that 9-over power play as well to really break the back of the run chase.
Absolutely. We saw Travis Head, how much he was, attacking or aggressive he was during that period of the game, and really hit the ball hard and dispatched it to the boundary. And yeah, you're correct. You can really break the back of a total, especially when you've only got 40 overs to bat, 39 or 38 overs.
It's 2 off his last 7 here for Weatherall. Will frustration get the better of him here? That time, a bit of width on offer. Down to third for a single. So we're talking about a 38-over game. We're only just over 2/3 of the way through. They're 4 down, so they're in a tricky spot about when to go.
Yeah, they're in those couple of wickets. That wicket of Harry Nielsen, 3 or 4 overs ago. They were just starting to pick it up. Harry Nielsen hits a 6 and just starting to, getting on top, and then the wicket. That gives Ryan Gibson an opportunity.
Got the left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment, the Redbacks. Not taking Turner on at mid-wicket. That is a valuable spot to have a fielder, I reckon, at this stage of the game when they're looking to work the singles, just to chop one off occasionally in that mid-wicket area. Yeah,
and you have one of your better fielders there as well. Good strong throwing arm, moves quickly to the ball. They've still got a slip in place, so they're still looking for a wicket. They're still attacking, which is good to see. It makes it a little bit more difficult. You see a lot of that in short T20 cricket. They take that and they drop them on the fence.
Full this time, and a crowd catch for the minimal crowd here at the WACA this afternoon. Another dot ball though, so Morris has been so economical today.
He's bowled beautifully, yeah. He's been very, very impressive, Morris. I've not seen any third game in. Haven't seen a lot of him, but it's certainly been one to put on the radar or watch list.
And we're seeing with South Australia, their bowling lineup, we'll see later how Jason Gillespie's gone around the country and said, I'll have you and I'll have you. When you make the most of your opportunities today like Morris, there'll be the phone will be lighting up saying, well, if you want to play some more cricket, maybe.
Well, there's so many places to play now. When I was coming through, you basically played for your state, and that was nowadays you've got your state and they're all contractors, so there's 20, I think, contracted in every state. And then you've got your specialists that only play BBL. So and then, some of these guys, they go for opportunities to some of the states that are looking for certain types of players. So
Kelly coming around the wicket, and Weatherall takes him on first up. Did not get hold of it, backing back and taking a very impressive catch is Cam Green, who loves it. Made it look easy.
Yeah, he certainly did. Backing back, Cameron Green. We know how good an athlete he is and how well he moves, and moved back nicely. Took a good catch over his head running backward. That's frustration there for Weatherall. He's been tied up, ball after ball, looking to advance, try and hit the ball over the top. Cameron Green sort of jogging back. He's probably going a little bit quicker than that with his ginormous hands, taking a pretty simple catch in the end. A good piece of bowling, good piece of captaincy, and a good piece of fielding all round. And the Western Australians, they've picked up their 5th wicket now. 5 for 138 in the 28th over. And the danger man, Weatherall, he's on his way back.
10 overs from home and they're 5 down. South Australia stuttering here. And how many players in that situation, when you're backing back from mid-off, can get turned around in a circle? Not sure which way to go, but Cam Green just made it look so easy.
Yep, and having been there and done that, it's not the greatest feeling in the world where you run around in circles and it almost hits you on the head and you miss it. That's not a great feeling for anyone, but I think you've got to give some credit to Morris there. Even Guthrie in his overs before that really tied up Weatherall. Didn't give him a lot of width. No short balls to go back and cut or pull. Forced him to run the ball to third man, and you could just see the pressure was starting to build, and came down the wicket there, trying to hit loft over the top of mid-off and high on the bat. Only could spoon it away to mid-off.
They've been really good, the right arm quicks going around the wicket to the left-handers. Now Kelly can go back over the wicket. Batsman crossed, and he's on a hat-trick, caught behind. Gibson is gone now, and what a return from Matt Kelly to the bowling lineup.
That's a brute of a delivery. In, seamed away, bounced, Gibson has got something on that. I don't know if he looks overly excited about that. McAndrew, they'd crossed during the catch there, and good piece of bowling again. We'll get a replay here. It's hit something. Oh yeah, no, he's gloved that. That's a good, sharp chance. Really reared off a length. And 2 wickets and 2 balls. The pressure really now on the South Australians. 6 for 138. And the man Kelly, he's on a hat-trick.
Saw a hat-trick in the WBBL yesterday. I'm alongside a man in commentary who's taken a hat-trick at this venue at the WACA. Stuart Clark, what was going through your mind there? And can you take us into Matt Kelly's mind right now?
It was a 4-day. I remember, what I do remember is it was late on the end of day 1 or day 2 or something, whatever it may be. And Marsh and Voges were the first 2, and then they sent in a night watchman. It was great. That's what I remember. This is great. They sent out, I can't remember who it was, but they sent out a night watchman, and he nicked one through. So it was, all I remember is when they sent a night watchman, I thought, I'm actually half a chance of doing this.
What about in a one-day game here? What do you ask the captain for field-wise to a new bat?
Well, he's got 3 slips going in. Well, if he can just get one there or thereabouts, Worrell's come to the crease. More a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. Get the ball to move away. I think it's more about, you put the fielders where you want. It's a matter of getting the ball. A lot of times you tend to bowl a pretty ordinary ball here because you try too hard. You've got to go back, relax. You've got to make the batsman, whatever you do, the ball's either got to be hitting the stumps or making the batsman play, one or the other. And if you get that part right, well, the rest is fate.
The initials were SM for your hat-trick victim. Back to that in a moment, Lydia. Because Matt Kelly's on a hat-trick right now to the new man, Frankie Worrell, and beats the outside edge. He was that close to getting a little feather on it for an historic hat-trick for Kelly, but came back on after a long time since his opening spell and takes 2 wickets in 2 balls and nearly the 3rd.
Yeah, good piece of bowling. Went wide on the crease, angled the ball in, was really making Worrell play at the ball, roundabout off stump, played at the ball, just too good a delivery, and it flew away through to Philippi. Still got to get through this ball.
Great rhythm. Kelly is in, gives some width and nearly caught at gully. Would have been a fair effort to reel that one in, but South Australia 6 for 138 and battling.
Would have been a good catch that. I still think Western Australia they could have actually had South Australia really under the pump. That these two would have gone through. Kelly, Norris, they were both bowling well. Would have easily had them 6 for 110. But 6 for 139 still really, really good in the context of the match.
2 slips in for Kelly. McAndrew, who's seen a bit since he's been out there, faces up to his first delivery. So if you were the captain, or if you could talk to the captain as a bowler, you'd say, just keep me going, mate. Give me 8 overs in a row here.
Good to go here. I'm bowling well. It really looked like Nielsen was uncomfortable, and I'm happy to keep going with this and see if I can really blast through the middle order here and really get into the tail. But, there's obviously conflicting opinions and people have different, views on that. But that's what I would have done. I just thought Morris was bowling that well.
And in over 7 and 8, physically, as a fast bowler, you think you can deliver?
Yeah.
Yep.
These guys are professional athletes. They train hard. 7-8 over spell. Yeah, they'll be tired at the end of it, but there's nothing they couldn't do. They could bowl 10 over spells if they had to.
So it's a round of applause. Does Matt Kelly, after taking 2 wickets in his return to the bowling crease. And now you wonder how South Australia can really finish off this innings and intimidate WA with their scoreboard.
Yeah, they're going to have to really, McAndrew and Worrell here, Agar, Pope, they really dog it. They're really going to have to fight hard, really be prepared to put some value on their wicket. At the same time, try and keep rotating the strike. Adam Voges, deep in thought. Just thinking about I'm sure he's thinking about what he would have done. But that said, I think he'd be pretty happy with the state of the match at the moment, 6 for 139.
Said they were keen to bounce back from that Shield loss at home to Tassie. doing just that so far. Oh, full ball, and he just kept that out with a Q end. Did Frankie Worrell, and Morris can see the funny side.
Mate, Frankie Worrell was expecting one halfway down the wicket there, which he just was moving towards square leg a little bit.
Chalk it up.
Chalk it up. That was the good old-fashioned. I dare say this one's going to be short. There you go. If I was bowling here...
You could not do that if you tried.
No, we couldn't get it to stop 2 centimetres in front of you. Absolutely not. This is he's going to go back away here, and I think this one's going to fly over the top of leg stump.
Been so hard to get away today, Morris. Frank Worrell shows him all 3 stumps and carves it over the offside, and it will go all the way for the boundary. Stuart Clark, a bit of soothsaying.
Yeah, well, if I was out in the field at the moment, he's going to give himself rooms. He's trying to, I don't think he's, that's gone in that can't be in good condition after going in the drain, I wouldn't have thought. But he's going to back away here and just try and give himself some room. So before he goes at the stumps here, Morris, I think he needs to just put a little bit of doubt in Worrell's mind of what's coming next. Worrell, like a good tail ender, probably isn't as proficient with the shorter style of delivery than he is with the fuller one.
And that bat's going off to get the chalk put back on it.
He broke it.
Just saw Darcy Short retrieving that ball from the drain. He's listed to bat at number 6 for WA. Shows their depth today. And steps away again, just looking to lift it over the top of the cordon or flay it away on that offside again. Too tight from Morris that time.
Yeah, he's not really going to go on the other way and try and go to the onside, is he, with the shorter style delivery? Jump inside the line and hook or pull. He's really trying to stay leg side of the ball and use his hands to guide the ball away over gully or point or whatever it may be. So Morris could stay there for a little bit because big chance to pick up a wicket or 2.
Entertaining to watch. Here's Frankie Worrell, and that's plugged a little. Allows Green to get across and keep it to 2.
Yeah, just the bottom of the bat again. Need to be careful here, Western Australia. Worrell's going to come out. He's obviously not going to bat for any period of time. He's going to come out and play shots. Don't be afraid. Just don't give him anything to hit. Make him play a shot he doesn't want to play. And then maybe do the good old-fashioned Michael Holding to Rodney Hogg. You ever seen that footage?
Yes.
We bowled him a real slower ball.
I think it might have got a run in Crash Craddock's Legends piece.
There's the slower ball there.
But it has come off for Worrell before in the Big Bash, of course, for the strikers, batting at 8 last year, came out with 62 not out off 39 with 3 sixes thrown in there. So he's a dangerous player for WA to contend with here.
He can certainly hit the ball. There's no question about that. So Western Australia just be a little bit careful. They don't want to let Worrell bat, and all of a sudden he's 40. There's 40 more you got to get. Bowl well, patient, hit the wicket hard, but make him uncomfortable. Don't just float him up there and let him throw his hands through it. Yep, he's going backwards. You go and follow him. If you get it around about chest height, I'm sure he's not going to like that.
Interesting stage of the game. If you've tuned in recently, it's a 38 over game here at the WACA. South Australia elected to bat first after Travis Head won the toss. And with 8 overs to go, what kind of total can they set? Stuart Clark steps out. Morne Morkel is in. How do you see this match right now?
Thanks, Petey. Pick 8 overs in the context of the game for bat and ball.
Kelly brilliant in the last over. And just going down leg, is it? Big shout turned down as McAndrew was struck on the pads.
Yeah, that ball just sliding down there. But I called it earlier. For me, Matt Kelly, he's the perfect man in this sort of wicket. See the ball just sliding down. Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. I like the way that he's close to the stumps. He's bringing the stumps into play all the time. And, you know, with there being a little bit of a nibble on the wicket, he's a dangerous sort of bowler on the surface.
Had a shot at being just the 9th player to take a hat-trick in Australian one-day cricket in that previous over. Only 2 have done it for WA, Robbie Baker and Cade Harvey, so it would have been the 3rd in Western Australian colours if he'd achieved it. He wasn't too far away either. And what about the 3 balls that he delivered in a row to go around the wicket, get rid of the left-hander Weatherall, and then first ball to the right-hander and nearly backed it up with the hat-trick ball.
Smart bowling. We saw a hat-trick on the weekend, Darcy Brown for the strikers. It would have been another special moment, yeah. But sort of in that hat-trick ball, a lot of things goes through your mind. And like the legend Stuart Clark said, it's important just to stay in the moment, not to overthink it, because you'll get a lot of advice from guys. Go full and straight, bowl a bouncer.
There's a little wider on the crease that time to angle into Worrell. It was an awkward one. Do you think this pitch is a little too paced, and we're seeing an example of that with that delivery? Worrell wasn't quite sure on what kind of bounce he was going to get.
Definitely with the rain, you know, the wicket might be a little bit too paced. That normally happens. That's why we've seen a lot of guys sort of bowling cross-seam deliveries. 1 ball to skid on, 1 ball to stop. As we see Matt Kelly's going seam up.
Worrell takes it on. Shouts of catch it, but deep third won't get across in time. It is a potential catching position against Worrell at the moment, down at third.
Yeah, for me, the magic ball here to Worrell, as we see if he backs away, would be to go hard length, back of a length, but also mix it up with a good slower ball. It's always hard to stop the ball at the whacker with the short straight boundaries.
Trying to give his bowling unit a decent total to defend. Frank Worrell. Haven't seen too many batters for South Australia go at a strike rate of better than 100. At the moment he is, but he was beaten by the slower ball from Kelly there.
That's it. He's looking to give himself room to open up that offside pace off the ball. Even if from there, if you can go a little bit wider, I mean, he'll have a go at it. But he's looking for that pace, and he's also creating a bit of room to offer some width for him to slash it sort of through the offside.
Adjustments in the field. Had a little chat to Ashton Turner, the captain of WA today. Finally turns one away on the leg side after Kelly followed him. McAndrew not seeing much of the strike right now since he's come to the wicket. And Worrell has kept the strike at the end of 31 overs, 6 for 153.
Who's Captain Turner going to go to? Morris has bowled beautiful. I'm very impressed with him this morning. Coming in, hasn't played a lot of cricket yet, and he hit his mark from ball 1.
Happy to take the nickname The Wild Thing, which used to belong to Sean Tate, who was getting a mention earlier on from you guys. Bit of swagger about the way he goes about it. He's going to bowl 8 overs, which is the maximum for all of these bowlers at the moment. After the game was shortened to 38 overs, so 3 lots of 8, 2 lots of 7, the max for Ashton Turner to utilise, and no surprise to see him bowl out.
I'm not surprised at all. We saw Andrew Tye play a little cameo against Tassie not so long ago. Worrell's sort of looking to get this momentum now for South Australia. It's key that they get him out.
Right on middle stump, and Worrell meets it, but mid on is deep and relatively straight. Tye across in time.
It's always frustrating, this little partnership with the back end with the tail enders. They back away, they throw their bats at anything, and the ball end up landing in certain in space. So it's not always easy bowling to them. That's why you need to have your good full and straight Yorker, your nose and toes. But I reckon a change of pace, slow ball bumper.
What Morris comes up with to McAndrew here. He's got a slip and a short leg in, and McAndrew fires it through the gap at cover and gets some momentum in his innings.
McAndrew decided to stay leg side there, sort of knowing that Morris is going to bowl that back of a length, throwing his hands, beautifully executed by McAndrew.
28 years of age, finally got his chance in first-class cricket after being lured away from New South Wales by Jason Gillespie for that opportunity. Can't get a little touch on that, which would have led to another boundary for McAndrew. Ever seen the number 0 on the back before?
Never seen that before.
I remember it in the basketball world a long time ago now. Sydney Kings fans remember Paul Kuiper. Some players who used to wear the 00. But, interesting by McAndrew to go for that number.
Herschel Gibbs went 00 one year. Yeah.
Short leg in the 32nd over of this Marsh Cup encounter, and the one stopped on McAndrew.
Yeah, I think it's a change of pace. Just rolled his fingers in that delivery. He's mixing it up quite nicely. Yeah, he went back of a length the first couple of balls. Previous ball went for the Yorker, and then that delivery, changing his pace. So it's important to try and stay one step ahead of the batter here.
Pull shot. Didn't exactly time it. Allows Ty to get across and keep it to a couple. But, Morris came up with a key wicket earlier on of Travis Head, who was 28 of 18 balls when Morris managed to get one through and get the feather edge through to Josh Philippi. And that's the key moment of this game so far.
Definitely. Travis looking dangerous. Is coming off the back of a beautiful double 100 not long ago.
So Morris finishes off his spell and is punched through the covers by McAndrew. The chase is on. A long boundary out on that side, and it gets there just. So a couple of boundaries in that over. Morris's figures blowing out a little, but all in all, very impressive stuff in just his third game of Marsh Cup cricket. But McAndrew and Worrell threatening to provide that nasty partnership you mentioned.
They're just forming a beautiful little partnership here. Exactly what South Australia are calling out for.
Speedy's jumped out and I've jumped in. Mornay.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you for having me. Peacock alongside Mornay Morkel to watch the conclusion of this 38 overs from South Australia, and if the last couple of overs are any indication, they're not just going to be poking singles around.
No, it's a good time for them to really put this Western Australia attack under pressure.
Cameron Green back into the attack. He's got 2 overs up his sleeve. Might be the one. 3 bowlers to bowl 8 overs and 1 to bowl 7. Morris is the only one to bowl 8 so far. Kelly's got bowled 6. Guthrie's bowled 7. Green 6, and AJ Ty, who'll be needed to bowl at least a couple of more 5 overs. He's got options, Ashton Turner, to see how this last 6 overs plays out.
Options indeed, but for me, they need to come up with clear plans. Both batters are looking to give themselves room. They're looking to stay leg side. I think it's not, it's important for you not to lose sort of your train of thought or not to move away from the plan if they score a boundary or two. I think with tail enders, sometimes you sort of tend to lose your pace of play.
And it's hard with the reduced overs, and there'll be a little adjustment in the end total for South Australia at the end of the 38 overs, the DLS method, exactly what par might be, because, okay, they didn't get the full allotment of the 50, and also the weather, the wicket, what's the wicket doing? Is it drying out? Is it going to play more tricks as the afternoon goes on?
I think the wicket will play pretty much the same. It's not like, there's going to be sun coming on baking it. They might decide to put the heavy roller on it to give it one nice little roll, but also do you want to bring the moisture up if there's any moisture on the surface? So I reckon conditions is going to be sort of stay the same. It's just a matter of the team that for me, in 50 over cricket, do the basics, or now it's a 38 over, do the basics as well as possible. And it starts now with this little tricky period here with six overs to go. How are they going to execute to the tail? It looks like there's a bit of rain falling.
Good little partnership this. Not easy to keep the ball dry as well now over the last few overs with this shower sweeping across. Hopefully we get through it. Already had 2 rain delays. Helps that on its way, and it zips across the turf for another boundary. Worrell.
He's looking dangerous here, and that's what I spoke about. They're going to give himself room like that. They're going to attack anything sort of back of a length short. So you either need to get it much higher or do that and take pace off the ball.
Partnership now out to 31 of 27, and it's not an easy thing to do if recent Marsh Cup games at the WACA tells us anything, to chase down a total. Tasmania's win a couple of weeks ago was the first time in 8 matches that the team batting second has run the total down. Successful chase. That is smashed, smoked over cover.
The sound of the bat there was incredible.
Worrell, yeah, right off the middle. It was nice, wasn't it? Thank you.
I think he broke his bat.
Hit it so hard. Maybe a little off the middle, but that just goes to show the bats these days that, yeah, there's that little dent on the right-hand side there. But, wow. AJ Tye back into the attack. End of the 33rd. 6 for 173. Frustration for the home side.
Tye's the perfect bowler now to come on. He'll mix it up. He'll mix his pace up. Back of the hand, slow balls, knuckle balls.
It's what we haven't seen a lot of from WA, that change of pace, which is so valuable. White ball cricket.
For sure. This back of a length, hip high ball now is easy pickings for McAndrew and Worrell. They're just going to stay leg side and swat it. So
no, they're not. They're going off. Unfortunately, this rain has got heavier. So at the end of the 33rd, and it might be the end of the innings, unless it's a quick little burst of moisture from above. 6 for 173. The tractor with the covers comes on for the 3rd time this afternoon at the WACA.
This looks like wet rain, Adam.
What's that?
This looks like wet rain, meaning by that it's big drops. Sometimes you can stand in rain, you don't really feel like, you're getting wet, but looks like heavy downpour.
This is Southern Hemisphere rain, like where you grew up, South Africa, Australia. None of this misty stuff we get in the Northern Hemisphere. This looks like it's going to be the end of South Australia's innings. So there will be an adjustment if it does end here at the 33 overs for WA to chase. And having a look at the radar in Perth, where unfortunately all afternoon there's been showers sweeping across from the northwest, so straight off the Indian Ocean. It's really played a bit of havoc with this one. Fingers crossed this is just a shower coming through and we can get, it does look like just a passing shower. And then once that, I can't see much on the radar out to sea.
I didn't know it rained in Western Australia. Whenever I played there, it was stinking hot, or the wind blew me off my feet. A lot of flies, but
here are the highlights from the innings. Jake Weatherald was the mainstay, if you like, at the top of the order for South Australia. Alex Carey went early, and they bowled nice and full early on and got their rewards, Morné.
He got wickets as soon as he put the ball in the right area consistently. Whenever they leaked, is when they gave the batters width.
Travis Head tried to get going as well. 28 off 19 for Travis Head, as Weatherald and he got going at the top of the order. Partnership of 40, a bit of luck involved as well. Head was of the intent that he was at Karen Rolton Oval.
He was kicking into that fifth gear. He was sort of in third gear, really seeing the ball nicely, moving well and getting to good positions.
This was after the first rain delay. For Morris came on. Lance Morris and Philippi got one, and then not long after he got two with Nathan McSweeney caught behind off Cameron Green.
And I think this is a sort of surface where you can go bang bang. There is a little bit of nibble with the new ball, so it's important to test that off stump for as long as possible. But I thought this man bowled beautifully. Morris came in, hit the wicket hard, really made it tough in partnership with Cameron Green.
That was the shot of the innings. Jake Weatherall plugging one on the dirty hill there. And he looked in good rhythm, despite the fact it wasn't the type of afternoon to easily find rhythm. Harry Nielsen struggled for rhythm. We thought he got it going with that shot, but next ball, clean bowled.
Yeah, that again. They were pushing him back sort of in his whole innings on the back foot, and then Guthrie coming in, bowling that fuller length and testing his defence.
Ryan Gibson came out and got going. Weatherald really tried to put the foot down, and Cameron Green read that one nicely. And Gibson got an absolute beauty from Kelly, who was on a hat-trick and only just missed out on his hat-trick as well. That wasn't the hat-trick ball. This is when these two at the end, McAndrew and Worrell, started throwing the bat a little to try and get that total up to a more respectable figure. Is it going to be enough? We're not sure. Don't know, and we'll find out soon if we're going to continue this innings. But it's looking a little unlikely, and if South Australia don't get back, the target is going to go up. Not official just yet, but our man Rory Colliver is pretty much knows more than anyone in Australia about the DLS method, and he figures that the total will be, or WA will be chasing 188 from 33 overs. So good game of cricket, provided there's no more rain. Morné.
Fingers crossed for that. If we look at the scorecard here, starts for Jake Weatherald, Travis Head, Danny Worrell there at the back end, played a beautiful cameo. And then for the bowlers, Matt Kelly, Liam Guthrie and Lance Morris, for me, bowled beautifully first change.
So that's the picture at the moment. The covers are on again. We might have the innings break. We're waiting for official confirmation, of course. And if it is the case, hopefully the covers come off. WA can use their full 33 overs to chase down this total. But we're in a holding pattern again at the WACA. Off to a quick break and back with plenty more right after this. And we're back. The sun's out again at the WACA. We're back for I think it's our fourth go. Adam Peacock alongside Mornay Morkel. 2 more overs. Now it's been reduced from 38 back to 35. We've had 33 overs. South Australia 6 for 173 at the moment. AJ Tai at the top of his mark, coming in from the Lily Marsh. And you wouldn't have known, Mornay, that we've had 3 rain delays. Beautiful afternoon.
Get the zinc out. I think the boys scratching there in their bags now to get some zinc on. But yeah, pretty frustrating, those sort of rain delays.
AJ with a loosener to McAndrew. And you'd imagine with these 12 balls, now 11 left, that everything is going to have Willow thrown at it.
Yeah, it's an important little play. 11 balls to go. Worrell looked dangerous before the break. I think they're going to go sort of more like death fields, hopefully like bowling death fields. Yeah, I think they missed the mark a little bit just before the break with having that offside up. It was just easy pickings for Worrell to stay leg side and throw his hands at every ball. But this man, he's got all the experience to read that play.
Protection in the deep. He wants a conventional point inside the circle, AJ Tai. A bit more cover, so to deep extra cover. This is everything, Worrell. Important dot ball for WA.
Another smart bowling. With Worrell sort of going leg side, you know, it's important to hit that sort of inside the wide line. He's got no power really from that length to hit the ball.
Wide, very wide, and judged to be so. So AJ will have to do that one again. And Matt Kelly will bowl the last over because Guthrie and Green had bowled 7. Morris had bowled 8. And before the last rain delay, 3 bowlers were going to be allowed to bowl 8, but that's been cut back. That rule's changed, and Kelly and Tai are the only ones with overs up their sleeves now. It's wider, and Worrell just throws everything at it, and it's going to land safely in that little Bermuda Triangle out there. WA fieldsman, just the single.
You see that Tai is going to keep it sort of out of Worrell's strike zone there, keeping it wide, pace off, full and straight. I reckon he'll go the same here to McAndrew.
What are they looking at here? South Australia 190 on the board, and then the adjustment to come with the DLS.
So we'll take 190 with all the stop starts they've had.
Oh, that's another
I still feel
very handy ball for WA.
Yeah, I still feel with a new ball this afternoon, if you get the ball in the right area, you know, you can get early wickets. So anything sort of 190, and then bowlers running in with good intensity, finding their perfect lengths is going to be hard work.
Oh, that's 4. Oh, nearly 6. And you can hear the frustration from AJ Tai, the last ball of his spell. Second last over for South Australia, and an important boundary. 6 for 180. 1 over to come in this rain-shortened innings.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is go for a boundary the last ball. That's why AJ went for the short ball, trying to win another dot for Western Australia here. But when the batters are sort of clearing their front leg and swinging at any ball, all the balls, the ball can really go anywhere.
What do you make of Ashton Turner is set up here? 3 inside the circle on the offside. And
I
Kelly.
saw that mid-on and mid-off is, they're in the ring. So he's either going to double breath or he's going to persist with that sort of hard back of a length.
A little bit of pace taken off that, but he goes over the top and doesn't make it. Oh, that's an outstanding piece of fielding from Cameron Green, I think it was, down there. Gee, he's good in the field.
Yeah, for a big man, he really moves well on the field. He's got the big spell today as well. So for me, that's really, I wouldn't say a nothing ball, but it's just length. And with those two guys up, it's not short enough. I would rather push one of them back, because Worrell's really just going to go try and hit straight or use the pace to hit square. That should be called a wide. Oh, got away with it. One for the over.
No, I think it was called in the end. If you're early hours in the Middle East, if you're Justin Langer and the Australian crew, you're really wanting your test all-rounder diving in the outfield like that at a Marsh Cup game to save two for WA.
Not at all. Not at all.
Really a bit ginger on his shoulder, getting back up. Kelly, a little bit of pace taken off it, a fair bit of pace put on it by Worrell. Another boundary.
Worrell really going hard this last 5 balls. Again, clearing that front leg. Easy length for him just to release his hands through the line of the ball.
He might as well be playing baseball at the moment. Everything is a horizontal slap. It's working for him. Worrell, unbelievably valuable 30 for South Australia. And this total does look like it's going to nudge over 190, maybe something better off the 35. Kelly, what does he do here? Bit of width to operate. Self-manufactured width from Worrell, and they only get one. Small margin for error bowling the last over.
Yeah, more than that, it's very hard bowling to batters that back away and they throw their bats at everything. It's sometimes a lot of people say, just bowl at stumps, just bowl full and straight, but they get all those sneaky little edges.
McAndrew just helps that on its way. A fair bit of pace taken off it, the glove, but not enough to stop it from going for another boundary.
Yeah, so it's not an easy job. So that's why it's important that you just need to stay in the over. As you see that ball going down to fine leg, it's important just to stay in the over, not to give up and give it away. Find a way to maybe get a dot, because these are crucial runs at the back end.
54-run partnership between these two. There's just one more ball to do a bit of damage. So we'll wait for the adjustment. There will be a slight adjustment with the score that WA will have to hunt down. Repeating, the WACA in recent times in Marsh Cup hasn't been the easiest place to chase. Just one in the last day. That came in the last match a couple of weeks ago, a day-nighter. Tasmania running down a pretty modest total from WA, 218. 450 that one, so this will be a bit more difficult. Here's Kelly with the last ball of the innings. It's hit cleanly by McAndrew, but straight to the man in the deep, Hilton Cartwright, who zips it in just the single. So that's the end of the innings. 6 for 193 is the total. And yeah, 35 over game, and we're told unofficially at the moment the target will be 199. Morné Morkel, we've got a game.
Definitely. I think this afternoon, so Western Australia is going to depend on their senior players, Sean Marsh, Philippi, to get them off to a good start. But not a bad total on this wicket. So see, look at the batting card again. Handy little cameo here from Daniel Worrell to back end. Jake Weatherald with a beautiful plate, 60 of 81 balls. Matt Kelly, Liam Guthrie and Lance Morris, standout bowlers today, both picking up 2 wickets, one for Lance. Impressive outing for him.
Yeah, Kelly was on a hat-trick at one stage, couldn't quite get that done, and South Australia have not eked out 193 runs, 199 to chase with the DLS system coming into place, but certainly have given WA plenty to ponder in the innings break. Jake Weatherall the best with the bat, but that 55-run partnership at the end from McAndrew and Worrell certainly twisted the complexion a little of this contest at the WAC. We're going to have an innings break here, and we'll be back with the resumption. WA to chase down this total set by South Australia. Back soon. Afternoon in Perth, even though the lights are on, they're just in case it gets a little darker very quickly, which has been the case throughout the afternoon so far at the WACA. Adam Peacock and Stuart Clark alongside for the start of this run chase for WA after South Australia posted 6 for 193 off their 35 overs, which got reduced a couple of times. And it'll be a confirmation with the adjustment, the DLS adjustment, 199 to win for WA. That's about 5.7 and over. Stuart Clark, a little run chase in store.
Yeah, good afternoon, evening, everybody. Look, it'll be a good little run chase for the Western Australians. So Josh Phillippe making his way to the middle. We've known how much power hitting he has throughout the BBL. His chance to do it in the 50-over format of the game. They've certainly got a powerful batting lineup that do Western Australia, and looking forward to an interesting run chase on a wicket that's not particularly flat. It's got a little bit of life in it, especially with all the rain we've had. The South Australians are going to have to bowl well.
Yeah, 6 of the top 7 for WA have played for Australia in some form of cricket. Sam Whiteman, who's played for Australia A, as a keeper. Josh Phillippe, of course, white ball exponent mainly at the moment. And then it'll be Sean Marsh, Cam Green, Ashton Turner, Darcy Short, Hilton Cartwright. It's a bit of depth.
Yeah, the depth goes on. Some names that we've all seen before, but certainly they've got a little bit of work to do. The wicket, as I said, got a little bit of grass on it. Worrell to take the new ball from the end into the wind, shaping the ball away from the right-hander back into the left. You probably see Brendan Doggett come down breeze from the Lily Marsh stand end.
So Worrell to start things after he started with the bat for South Australia. A beautiful start as well. Nice shape.
Yeah, certainly going to be hard work here for both, or certainly the top order of the Western Australian batting lineup. Worrell, we know he's a good bowler when the ball swings. Perfect swing bowling conditions. Ball shaping away from the right-hander. Phillippe, a bit suspect in the longer version of the game. Just isn't quite sure whether to go hard enough or how hard to go. But he needs to find his feet here quickly and really take on Worrell and co.
That helps. One on the pads to get off the mark.
That's the massive over adjustment you have as a bowler. When you see the first one swing, you go back to your mark and you think, I'm going to get this one, I'm going to swing it, I'm going to push it outside leg stump, it's going to come down the wicket, and it's going to swing, and it's going to nick, and he's going to go to second slip. And it's just a silly half volley on leg stump, the bloke goes, one. Like, having been there and done it, that's the thought that went through Worrell's mind then. And everyone puts their hand and goes, what do you know that for?
There is a bit of wind around this afternoon at the WACA. Not quite there for Worrell, who was trying to hoop it around a corner. Didn't quite work. See what he can do to this one, to Whiteman, the lefty. Little bit of movement that nearly got through the gate.
Gone with a fine leg in place. 2 men on the onside. Fielder in front of square on the onside. Thought they might have started with having the extra fielder out deep backward square leg, but I feel that's more of a chance. Probably biggest weapon here is to try and swing a couple back, maybe trap Whiteman in front, hit him on the pads, big shout LBW, and then the odd one that goes the other way that brings the slips into play.
Down by Wes Agar. But these two sides met in the first game of the Marsh Cup this season. Obviously, New South Wales and Victoria are still waiting to play, and that will happen soon. There's a full round of Shield matches starting later this week. On Wednesday, in fact, with New South Wales playing Victoria at Drummoyne, these two sides meeting at this ground, and Queensland playing Tasmania in Townsville. But the Marsh Cup at Karen Rolton a few weeks ago, South Australia could only chase and get to over 100 in arrears of WA's first innings of 352. It was a thrashing on that occasion, but SA have improved a little, bit by bit, block by block, and this will be a big step forward if they can claim a victory here for what Jason Gillespie's trying to do this season.
Well, it's very much it's been a rebuilding phase for Jason and the South Australians for a period of time now. they haven't had the most success in the longest form of the game. We've seen that throughout the course of the last couple of years.
Beautifully struck by Philippi, straight down the ground. First boundary of the innings for WA.
Lovely shot by Philippi. If you wanted to get the textbook out and say, how do you play an on drive, I'd suggest that's going to be right in the frame. Foot opens, keeps side on, hands through the ball. See the ball by the way it comes off the bat. There's no sideways rotation. Straight back to where it's come from. Beautiful shot to get his innings going. 5 off 4.
It's nearly summer. Wouldn't know it at the WACA this afternoon. Jumpers out. Reminder, this game reduced to 35 overs apiece. And speaking of 35, the number 35 for South Australia, the Queensland recruit Brendan Doggett, will open up as suspected, Stuart, at this end.
Yeah, wicket taker. You know, need a couple of wickets here early, South Australia, but got a real handy knack of picking up a wicket here, Brendan Doggett. Made the move from Queensland, bowled Queensland to victory in the Shield final last year. Now he's on the South Australian colours and looking to ply his trade.
Bit of movement there.
Good start. Big off cutter seam pitched outside leg stump. Inner thigh getting a good working over. Probably missed that inner thigh guard as well. So poor old Sammy Whiteman got one early on the fleshy part. You can see he's got an inner thigh guard on there, but I think that missed it.
He's going to bruise like a week-old apple. On that side of the thigh there, that is not going to look nice.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit sore. But I think for the Western Australians, like, get a bad ball, put it away to the boundary. We saw Philippi, big half volley, whack it down the ground, but really important that they don't lose clumps of wickets here in this run chase. 200 is not an easy total in 35 overs or 36 overs, but it's achievable if there are wickets in hand. And we talked about at the start of the innings the depth of the batting. They can score quickly at the end, 9, 10 and over if need be, but they need wickets in hand to do that.
That was the issue against Tasmania. It was only Ashton Turner who posted anything resembling respectable. It was more than respectable from Ashton with the century. Apart from that, not much help. They never really got things going after losing early wickets.
You can see Jason Gillespie's already had his mitts all over this bowling attack. We've seen 2 overs. We haven't seen one short ball. It's all been full and roundabout off stump. It's, you know, that's the Jason Gillespie influence around all of his bowlers. They all know how to bowl, but it's the reassurance that that's actually the plan. Don't go away from what works. Don't get caught up with trying to bowl fast and wide and short, and get them out. Let them make some mistakes themselves. Let them get themselves out.
Watchful from Whiteman.
Certainly is. He's looked very... doesn't look like he's completely comfortable at the moment, just still trying to pick up the ball out of the hand. Hasn't looked... Philippi's looked a little bit more assured. Played some nice shots.
He's borrowed a jumper as well, Sam Whiteman. It ain't Matt Kelly out there.
It was not something you packed when you went to Western Australia, your jumper. The long sleeve. You had a Tassie, you packed the long sleeve jumper, the short sleeve jumper, the other long sleeve jumper. You had a Perth, it was always like, maybe I'll take the short sleeve, because you never wore it. It was usually 35 degrees and a light breeze blowing.
It's a maiden for Doggett. None for 8. hopefully the conditions remain as such throughout the afternoon at the WACA.
You don't see many maidens in one-day cricket anymore, do you?
Mm-mm.
Breeze blowing from the river end over the top of the Lily Marsh stand. Worrell bowling into the breeze. Good leave that. It's a leave on length. Ball bouncing well over the top of the stumps, back of a length. Philippe getting in line. Pulling his hands out of the way quickly. See there, just outside over the top of off stump.
Another beautiful on drive. His second, Philippe.
Yeah, classy looking shot that. In line, straight. Watch his hands go through the ball. Too full by Worrell. Trying to get the ball to swing, but Philippe just opening up nicely. Straight back down from where it came from. And the value you get at the WACA ground. No question about that. He's worked hard on his game, I think, Josh Philippe. It's not something he was particularly good at, hitting the ball straight down the ground. We knew he can play all the big shots. Certainly looks like he's working hard to make sure that he's playing nice and straight in the V early on. Probably a fraction straighter. The way Philippe holds the bat through covers are going to be his biggest challenge, just because of his hands and where they get to. Something about there. If you look closely at his hands, his bottom hand's really, really underneath the bat.
Beautiful line again, 2 in a row from Worrell.
Absolute peach that by Worrell. A bit wider on the crease. Just using the crease to his advantage, angling the ball, starts to shape it in, and then a little bit away to the slip cord, and then Philippe sort of just playing all around that one. Too good a delivery, unfortunately, for Worrell. Fortunately for Philippe.
Bit fuller and punch through, and that should reach the boundary. Philippe's third. Early stages of this run chase for WA.
Yeah, good shot by Philippe. Worrell should be encouraged by that. That's a good shot, probably a little bit full, but certainly a far more risky shot for Philippe to hit the ball through there than straight through the onside because of his technique. Get that a little bit shorter, bring it back half a yard. Big nick coming on offer.
Big shout, in line. Long think about it as well. And Philippe survives.
It was long think about that one, wasn't there? Did he hit it? Wide on the crease. Maybe that's got something to do with it.
Going down leg.
I don't know about that. You reckon?
I'm just guessing what the umpire thought, because I don't think he hit it. That's the end of the over, by the way. None for 16. First big chance, though, or big question asked. The umpires, at the very least, haven't seen many LBW shouts today.
Yeah, not many people got hit in the pad, did they?
No. Either caught behind or going to the boundary. Doggett to continue. And he goes for runs. Just the one down to third.
Ball flies away through that part of the ground and quickly it gets to third man.
It's like in Perth, and it's the same at Optus Stadium. It's like they're playing at altitude.
Yeah.
The ball just seems to go quicker.
Rockets, because of the pace in the wicket, when they hit it, it actually travels everywhere. And even Optus Stadium's, the wicket's really quick compared to what you get around the country.
guided through, would you say? Or whatever the case, it's gone for another 4.
Educatedly edged.
Educatedly edged. Is that what you came back with sometimes?
Yeah. No, I used some other words. which can't be said on TV. Not till 9 o'clock.
He was in control of it, but a bit could have gone wrong quickly.
The intent to run at the third man was good, but the actual where he got it to was streaky.
Straight through, and a little half question asked by Alex Carey, it was like a soccer goalkeeper who's diving to tip one over the bar. He caught that well above shoulder height. That was a beauty.
Put that on the good delivery list. That's the ultimate, except it didn't hit the stumps. It just went over the top by about a foot. That's an absolute belter. You can just see there's a little bit of offer with the new ball. Either way, and both batters are looking a little bit. Just if you don't get there, you play and miss or you nick it. South Australia, they need to stay really patient here. There's going to be a bit of playing and missing, I think. There's going to be a little bit of streaky type shots. But if they're going to places where you're comfortable and you feel like there's a lot of risk in playing those shots, then you're in the game. If they're cutting their way or pulling their way to boundaries, well, probably not great bowling. But bowling's good, streaky shots here and there.
Talk it to Whiteman. As mentioned, looks like he's forgotten to pack the sweater today. No excuse when you're playing at home, surely.
Just go home and get it.
Inside that one, and it's another good ball from Doggett to end the over. None for 22 through 4.
Yeah, good bowling again by Doggett to finish the over. Roundabout off stump, just seaming away slightly towards the slip coordinate, and Whiteman caught on the crease, fending at it with his hands. Good start for both teams here. A few boundaries been hit, but there's been 5 or 6 playing misses in 4 overs. There or thereabouts, you're in the game. South Australia got to keep believing they can knock over these two and then get right into that middle order when the ball's still new and a bit hard. Ominous cloud in the background there. We've seen a little bit of seam. We haven't seen a lot of swing. We saw the first ball from Worrell really bend sharply away to the slip cordon, but since then we've seen a little bit off the seam both ways from both bowlers, going past both inside and outside edge. Nothing really through the air at the moment. Lloyd Pope, he'll have to bowl. Tough conditions for him today, bowling on the whacker wicket. Not noted for large spin.
Well, it was all. There was no spin bowling from WA.
No, it was all
bowlers with a run up.
Nasty fasties. Big Wes Agar, we'll see him in a while. Tall, strapping, fast bowler. Likes the bench press, I think.
You didn't?
No. Have a look at me.
Huge enough.
Not an exercise I partook in.
Who was the biggest gym bandit? Your time.
Well, when I first started playing, no one went to the gym. We trained on Tuesday and Thursday and went to the pub after. By the end of it, everyone was going to the gym. I tell you, by the end of Brett Lee liked the gym. He spent a lot of time in there early, and spending some time working on his physique.
There's a loose one from Whiteman, gets through Carey, so there's buys here. And Brett Lee, we'll see him on Fox Cricket tonight. T20 World Cup show coming up with Brendan Julian from 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to switch over to 5:05 at 8 o'clock when that's on. End of the... Oh, no, one more to come in this over. Yeah. Brendan Julian, Brett Lee and Brad Haddon.
Brad Haddon, he's out of quarantine. He's back.
For his fourth stint of quarantine, he's finally out after the IPL.
I spoke to Brad while he was in quarantine. Wasn't doing it that well.
No windows. He's with us now, which is great to see, and looking forward to his comments on the T20 World Cup so far, and discussing that extraordinary result last night. Pakistan by 10 wickets over India. That's the end of that over. None for 25. Stepping in now, Bretton Speed, Morné Morkel.
Thank you, Adam. Sun's out. Good time to bat.
And hopefully the rain is done for the day. And we can settle on that target as it stands right now. As you see, 199 for victory. And when South Australia was struggling with the bat, we thought WA might cruise. As he squared up there, uppish, and doesn't find any of those South Australian infielders. That could have gone anywhere off the leading edge of Philippi, who was lucky to avoid that LBW shout a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, that looked pretty close, but on that occasion, just trying to play the ball just a touch too square. It's important that you have to, on the surface, I feel, wait for the ball. There's a little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of extra pace on it, so you can afford to wait for it and play it as late as possible.
The power play after the adjustments is 7 overs, so less than 2 overs to go in that. Right on middle stump. There's no run for Whiteman, who's really struggling. Saw a similar kind of strike rate from Nielsen in the South Australian innings. And Whiteman 4 off 15 at the moment in the power play, when the ball was really flying around in the South Australian power play earlier on.
I do feel this is a new ball wicket where the margins are very, very small. So you need to be on the money with the ball. South Australia is bowling beautifully here. Really squeezing Whiteman. But it's important that they can just sort of get through this power play.
Doggett in a good rhythm. And again squared up, this time uppish, and that slip might have cost him.
Yeah, Doggett trying to change direction. And with the rain we had, the surface might be a bit greasy. Oh. It's never easy for our tall fast bowlers just to change direction like that with all the momentum that's going down the wicket. Could have easily sort of injured himself there, groin. But luckily he's back on his feet.
Like he was on ice skates for a moment. That move from Queensland to South Australia in the off-season. Played against his old teammates in the Shield game recently. And Nielsen should be able to track this one down. Will they come back for 3?
Yeah, and I thought he bowled beautifully in that game. It's never easy playing against your old team. He's getting a lot more game time now here in South Australia, and that's great for him. The more you play, the more you'll develop your skills. And he's definitely going to fit in a great role there for South Australia with red ball and white ball cricket. So it's a good move for him.
Picked up Labuschagne, his old mate, twice in 3 days, which is a good victim to get a couple of times. Australia's test player. That time, Philippi able to get the full face of the bat on that delivery from Doggett.
I'm pretty sure Manas will be listening, so I'm expecting a text from him in the next 5 minutes.
Run rate around 5 and over, and the Redbacks looking to edge that required rate up over 6 as soon as possible. Doggett again, bang on. Philippi could do nothing with that. Another tidy over from Doggett, just 10 off his first 3. How many would you bowl Doggett for here, the rhythm he's in right now, if you're the captain of South Australia?
I'd probably give him another 2 overs, depending on how he's feeling. Max 2, maybe 1. Save him for that sort of middle period to try and break the game open if needed. At the moment, Western Australia, they don't have to do anything sort of, out of the ordinary. They only have to bat at 5s, where as soon as out of the power play, gaps will open up. It's about rotating strike now and setting up a platform. They've got a lot of experience in their batting lineup, a lot of international quality.
Comes number 0. Nathan McAndrew, the recruit from New South Wales by Jason Gillespie. Useful with the bat to give his team a target to try and defend here. Him and Worrell put on a handy late stand.
Yeah, it's a beautiful 50-odd run partnership.
Across the left-hander and beats him first up.
Perfect start by McAndrew. Ball pitching sort of middle, nipping away on off stump. That is the line you want to bowl to a left-hander.
There's a 55-run stand for McAndrew and Worrell, who'd come together when there was a hat-trick on offer for Kelly. And again, beats Whiteman, who is struggling immensely here.
Yeah, Sam is just going a little bit hard at the ball there. 17 of 19, probably in his own mind, feeling a bit of heat, feeling a bit of pressure. It's the sort of surface that you'll feel in, and then there's just one ball that will nip or one ball that will bounce. And there's nothing you can do about that. It's just about taking it ball by ball.
Watchful this time. He was their top run scorer in Marsh Cup cricket last season, Sam Whiteman, with 220 at a strike rate of 94. So he'll make up the ground if he can stay out there.
It's only going to get easier. The more time you spend at the crease, a lot of times you think, okay, it's mentally you can get a little bit weak and you give it away. But all those quality batters, they find a way to fight to bat through and fight through tricky periods. And also to counter punch.
This time gets the width he's after, but can't beat the man in the gully. Good stop by Nathan McSweeney.
I called it. Any danger? Hello, miners.
Carey tracking it down. For a moment there, it looked like he thought there was a second being attempted. Just the single. Marnus Labuschagne tends to get a shout out in most cricket commentary these days.
He's a great man.
Ready for another big summer down under.
wouldn't wait too long after the power play to bring in some spin. We haven't seen that much of that today. A guy like Lloyd Pope, bring him in early in the game, see if the wicket is a little bit tacky, if the ball can skid through or hold up a little bit.
What did you think as a South African unit turning up at the WACA so far as spin was concerned?
The WACA is pretty similar to Pretoria back home. In terms of conditions, that is probably a ground that we enjoyed playing on. We were very familiar or felt comfortable in those sort of conditions. I suppose it's just a matter of blocking out the outside noise about the pace and the bounce, and then from there just work out your own way, your own game plan in how to go about on the conditions. But it's definitely a surface we enjoyed playing on.
So Doggett will continue, maximum of 7 overs for any bowler today in this run chase for WA. It travels down to fine leg, and Whiteman is finally gone. Never got going today, and Agar takes a good catch on the boundary.
Very good ball, a short ball there by Brendan Doggett. On that occasion, getting it nice and straight. And that was the key. Extra bounce, extra pace.
Well inside the boundary line. Agar had a little glance over the shoulder to make sure, but moved so quickly to get into the right position to take that catch.
Yeah, no, it's a perfect ball. So in that blind spot of the batter, where it's quite hard to really get your wrist, roll your wrist around it. First breakthrough for South Australia.
And Doggett deserved it. First breakthrough goes the way of Brendan Doggett, who had figures of 4 for 75 against Queensland on October 13 when the ball was going to all parts, but he is a wicket taker. And when you lose a wicket after the first ball of the next over after the power play, it's handy to have a man with experience like this coming to the wicket.
This is the key wicket for them, for South Australia this afternoon. They would love to see the back of Sean Marsh early. He's a guy that will anchor the innings. He knows exactly how to go about chasing scores down. So it would be important for them to start well to him here. No loose deliveries. Get the ball in the right area. Make him play. And hopefully bring those 2 slips into action, into play.
Started the summer with his 32nd first-class century in the Shield comp, but hasn't got going in the Marsh Cup yet. Sean, 1 off 4 against South Australia and 15 off 27 against Tassie. And beaten first up. We've seen a lot of that already. To the left-handers, the bowling has been outstanding.
That is the perfect ball. Not much you can do about it. That's as a batter, you just nod your head and said, well bowled. Important for Doggett just to keep on hitting the deck there, hit the wicket. When you see those sort of deliveries, you think, okay, I'm going to go a touch fuller here, and that's where you can give away that soft ball.
This time, drivable for Marsh. Lets him get away. A half volley outside off stump, and Sean Marsh was not missing that.
Not at all. A man of his class is not going to miss out on that. Doggett trying to get it a touch fuller. Easy pickings for Marsh.
If you've just tuned in, chasing 199 for victory here, WA. They've already beaten South Australia this season in the Marsh Cup in Adelaide. Looking to back it up on their home deck here at the WACA. But it just looms as a difficult run chase, this one.
Just with the sort of day we've had, stop-start from a Western Australia point of view, they would hope that they can bat their full sort of 36 overs without any delays. It's a real momentum breaker going off for rain.
35 overs this run chase. We've had some alterations throughout the day. The first rain delay scaled it back to a 46 over contest, then down to 38, and now ultimately 35 overs for WA to bat to try and track down that 199.
It's so hard to keep track. I need to stay focused, yeah.
And when it all started today, before the first rain delay, and the ball was flying off the bats of the South Australian openers, and when Travis Head got out there, you thought there were some big scores on today, but it's become a lot tougher. Dog it in again. That time, Marsh can't find the target he was after. So Doggett's bowled 4 overs now. He got the breakthrough in that over. Can bowl 7 today. You keep him going now for another 1 or 2?
Oh, no, I think that's it for Doggett now. Take a break. I sort of saw that last ball. He's not happy with the foot marks, in the crease there. So maybe just give him a short sort of rest. Bring him up, back potentially from the other end. But I think he started off beautifully there for his first 4 overs.
And when Mornay Morkel took a wicket and the captain said you're coming off next over, what would you say?
Yeah, I think you need to sum up the game situations. Yeah, it's for the 35 overs. He's one of the main strike bowlers. Western Australia, they've got a fantastic sort of middle order. So for me, it's about reading the play. You want your strike bowler to come in and have the options to bowl him there in the middle and in the back end. I'm quite excited to see Wes Agar on the surface today. He's also another tall man, runs in hard.
No runs off the bat yet off McAndrew, and that remains the case. Only a leg by off his previous over. He's been real tight straight away.
Yeah, no, he started off very well. So, for me, from the other end, it's either Wes Agar or I'll bring in a bit of spin, take pace off the ball.
New Kookaburra at each end. Would that be tough on the leggy to bring him on now, or some leggies relish that hard ball?
If he's comfortable bowling with a newish ball, like I said, on a sort of surface where there's a bit of grass, the ball can skid on, brings an LBW into play.
Philippi able to squirm it away on the leg side for a single. First run off the bat off McAndrew. He's working on that landing area as well. With all this rain around today, what's the fast bowler looking to do there?
It's a bit soft and a bit greasy, so you just want to scuff it up. See, a lot of guys will normally throw a bit of sawdust on that surface area. Or is that another? As the rain comes down heavily.
So we haven't got a game yet. We need to get to 15 overs in this run chase to see the points go one way or the other. So another rain delay coming up, and if it was a 15 over contest and they're 1 down at the moment, they need to get to 1 for 67. If they were 2 down, they'd have to get 2 for 74 in 15 overs. If that's what it becomes, then it's going to be an absolute cliffhanger.
Yeah.
The way this night evolves. But this has been the story of the day so far, on and off. And it's the first rain delay in the WA innings. And look how quick they are to try and get this cover on, because it is teeming down at the Wacker.
Yeah, this looks like a heavy downpour. The last thing we want is for the wicket to get wet.
From whose perspective?
Oh, batting perspective, yeah. No, I think, as soon as there's a couple of patches, wet patches, that'll be not ideal. I mean, obviously the umpires will make a call on that, but the ground staff are moving. They're doing their best to cover it as quick as possible. You have to feel for the ground staff. They've got one of the hardest jobs. It's wind, it's rain.
You can hear it coming through the effects mic. But we have seen some heavy downpours today, and it's such a good draining ground, the Wacker, that you can get back out there quickly. So here's the state of play right now. 193 for 6, South Australia made. Weatherall top scored with 60 off 81. Worrell was handy late. So the target by Duckworth Lewis in a 35 over contest turned into 199 for WA. And they're 35 for 1 in that run chase, but it's all going to change over the next half hour or so. And we'll be sure to get back to you as soon as play is about to recommence here at the Wacker. So keep an eye out and be sure to join us then. Welcome back to the WACA. Those lights have been on since 10 a.m. It's now approaching 4:30 p.m. local time in the West. And here's how the game stands right now. South Australia elected to bat first, 193 for 6. Western Australia currently 35 for 1. And their target now of 27 overs is 165. So that's another 130 off 18 and a half overs, Mornay Morkel, as we get ready to get things back underway.
Important little passage of play here for Western Australia. They don't have to go too hard now at the start. Get yourself in. The last thing you want to do is lose a cluster of wickets now and get yourself into trouble.
McAndrew was right on the spot before the break, and that's a tough one for Marsh to get first up out of the resumption, up onto the gloves, and showed all of his experience to turn that away for one.
McAndrew deciding to come around the wickets, sort of to cut down that angle, create sort of an angle coming into Marsh. The last thing you want to do is give him any width to free his hands.
They've still got to be thinking wickets and not containment specifically.
For sure, that's the key here. Get wickets, strike.
Philippi, good hand on that from McAndrew. Might have saved 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, wickets are key here. These two players, Philippi and Marsh, they're dangerous players for Western Australia. That's a real stinger to the hand. It's also cold, wet.
Trying to get that feeling back in the hands before delivering another one, the last ball of his second over. Right on the money again from McAndrew. So good stuff from him. 9 overs done. And just confirming a 27-over chase this is for WA now. It is set up intriguingly now to see how easy this run chase could be for WA, or whether the Redbacks can respond to the defeat they suffered at the hands of WA just last month.
You can see there's still a lot of heavy clouds around. And as a batter, you think, okay, we might get off here. You can get into like a defensive mode, but it's important that they block the weather out.
And the other mathematical equation, of course, if you get to 15 overs and then the rain came down and we never got back out there, then there is a target, the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, and that would require them to be 1 for 75. If you lose more wickets, then you've got to have more runs on the board. So we'll watch this space over the next 6 overs or so. Just on the leg stump that time from Agar, and again turned around the corner by Marsh, but you were looking to see where's Agar come into the bowling equation.
As a South African, we're not very clued up in reading all the Duckworth-Lewis sheets. I mean, we got it wrong in the famous World Cup back in South Africa, so I'll leave the maths to you, Speedy.
Agar, who made his one-day international debut in July, presented with his cap by his brother Ashton, who's unavailable for WA today because he's in the UAE. And that one off the top edge as Philippi took him on, and no chance for the keeper to reel that one in. Carey put everything into it and away for 4.
Yeah, it got running in hard, smashing that deck, and that's a famous sort of pace and bounce that we used to see at the WACA.
The top edges are going to fly at this venue, always have.
Yeah, no, for sure, especially it's pretty short straight, so any bit of bat that you get will fly away for a boundary.
Just getting the report on how far over his glove that was. It was a long way off Carey, about a foot. And this time, straight to the man at short cover. So good field placement just to try and frustrate Philippi.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Josh Philippi. I'm a big fan of the cover drive.
Yeah.
No matter left hand or right hand, it's so beautiful in the eye.
Nielsen good enough to stop it in there at short cover. Agar sucking in the big ones. His first over. Putting everything into it And Philippi takes him on again. It goes high. Can the fielder get there? He can in plenty of time. And Philippi is gone. Wetherill takes the catch. Agar strikes in his first over, and the Redbacks are in business.
Perfect start after the rain break. Wes Agar running in hard here, hitting the deck. Asking Philippi to play a cross-bat shot with that extra bounce and pace. It's not easy to play on this surface. That's the end of Philippi. Gone for 26.
Handy bowler to bring in at this stage of the game in the 10th over. You've got an Australian international bowling for the South Australian Redbacks here, and Wes Agar strikes after going for that top edge 4 that was a streaky one from Philippi. He got his man later in the over. So a new man comes to the wicket. Marsh hasn't gotten going yet, and they can try and add a little more pressure here to the run chase of WA. What I spoke about earlier as well. Now 2 down Western Australia, so when you go to that 15 over mark, if we were to get washed out at that stage and they were 2 down, then they'd need to be 2 for 78.
Bit of a tricky play here for them, but here comes Cameron Green. He's been in good form this year, or the last sort of year and a half. Tall man, he'll bully you off those hard back of a length, good on the short ball. To be honest, I thought they were going to send in Ashton Turner. He played a beautiful hand against Tassie the other day, scored a magnificent 100.
And Turner listed at 5, Darcy short at 6, Hilton Cartwright at 7. So plenty of batting depth for WA to chase these runs down. Agar around the wicket to Marsh again, just again into the pads, and an easy run. Did some phenomenal things in the field earlier. Cam Green saving some runs on the boundary and then striking with a beautiful outswinger as well.
Very talented young man. I had the honour to bowl to him in the nets sort of a year and a half ago. He is really a tall man. Just got so much time playing the ball, and I love the way he plays it quite late. And he also has the ability to flick a switch and bring a power game into.
Last ball of Agar's successful over, and Green happy to let that one go through. They're not in a rush yet, WA. It's the kind of impact you want to see from the experience of Wes Agar, able to get rid of Philippi. Marsh, 38 years young, hasn't got going yet in this Marsh Cup season. 16 runs scored in his 2 innings so far before today, and 5 off 8 so far, as McAndrew will come around the wicket to him again. And we saw WA have success with their bowlers coming around the wicket to the left-handers today.
Just creating that angle, getting the ball to straighten off stump.
Some oohs and ahs from the Redbacks, nearly a leading edge from Marsh.
Yeah, no real panic here for Western Australia. Only need 123 or 17. That's 7.5, 7.2 runs and over. For these two international superstars batting now at the crease, they will find a way to rotate strike.
McAndrew doesn't look like going for 7 runs and over at the moment, as Marsh can't beat the man. Well positioned, just backward of point. It's Nathan McSweeney who's already saved some runs in that spot. After going for a duck earlier today, when Matthew Kelly came back and was on a hat-trick. Came close to claiming that hat-trick as well. Would have been a rare one in the Marsh Cup. McAndrew, the flick was close, and Cam Green was struggling. This will be really tight on the replay, you fancy, if he'd hit.
Great work from McAndrew to get down and almost do like a famous Jonty Rhodes dive and flicking the ball.
After the adjustment as well, you can have a maximum of 6 overs bowled by a couple of your bowlers, and then the other 3 can bowl a maximum of 5. So I was mentioning before the break that would you keep Doggett bowling? Now he's only got a couple more to bowl as Green lets it sail again outside off stump. So Doggett's already bowled 4, can only bowl 2 more max. Daniel Worrell opened the bowling today, he's bowled 3. McAndrew and Agar, and then we're expecting Lloyd Pope to have a crack at it with his leg spinners at some stage.
It's going to be interesting. It's interesting to see with Lloyd Pope with a wet ball. Yeah, I see a lot of the fielders but they do have sort of the towels with them. But for him, in terms of gripping the ball, and also for the seam bowlers, the ball will get a little bit soapy.
Great delivery again by McAndrew. It's been so tight here. Travis Head can bowl some spin as well, but he might be looking around for some options just to make sure if they get hold of Pope that they can go somewhere else.
Yeah, for sure. No, he'll have his thinking cap on. And that's the key about a captain. You need to try and stay one step ahead here. As we see, they're putting down a bit of sawdust there. Might be a little bit slippery for the bowlers. Slamming down on there on the front foot. It's almost 9 times your body weight goes through that front leg. So the last thing you want for it is to be too greasy there and slippery.
It's nice when a fellow fast bowler does it for you as well. None of these batters getting it wrong for you. And taken on by Green. He had a few sighters and gets hold of that one. And he's off the mark in style.
We spoke about it at the start. Cameron Green, a very tall guy. So if you go short, you need to make sure it's high. That sort of hip high length is easy pickings for him. He opens his account with a boundary.
Last time he played South Australia at this venue back in March, 144 off 101 balls. It was the highest score by anyone in the Marsh Cup last season. Just sums up the talent of this guy. That's what's required right now. $122 more. Ominous clouds looming once more as he's squared up Marsh, and Agar with a half-hearted cry gives up on the appeal in the end, but positive signs the way he's squaring Marsh up.
Yeah, Agar definitely got some good rhythm going here.
Bradman Young Cricketer of the Year in 2020. Where's Agar? Seen him a lot for the Strikers in BBL. Debut in the one-day international team as well. And again, it's tough for Marsh. That could have gone back onto the stumps for the same price. And the Redbacks a little unlucky.
Not easy batting in these conditions. Good partnership bowling here between Agar and McAndrews, making life hard for the Western Australian batters.
So the short ball that would work to this guy has to be precise, but has to be really short.
Line and height is very, very important.
What's Agar thinking? He does go short, and it's a decent one.
It's very, very hard to control the pull shot with that height, especially at Agar's pace. And on a surface that might be a little bit sticky after the rain. It's a good option to use your short ball here with the big square boundaries at the whacker as well. From a bowling point of view, you don't want to overuse it, but I'll make sure if I was the captain, to tell my bowlers to use your 2 bounces you're allowed and over.
Captain Head right alongside him there at mid-off. Oh, beautiful ball, but Green takes on the field again and got there comfortably. Pope at mid-on it was. Remember, the target as it stands is 165 off 27 overs. That's barring any more rain delays, when we'll lose an over for every 4 minutes of the delay. If it comes to that again, we've been on and off multiple times today. Straight bat from Marsh. Right now, the run rate just up over 4. Green has already shown how quickly he'll lift that run rate if he stays out there. Marsh would love to break the shackles. Strike rate of 50 for the veteran. And he does take on Agar. No man out there.
Pure quality for Marsh there, picking up that length, knowing that Agar's running in, pumping his legs, and he's going to hit that back of a length very hard. The quality of this man, very strong on that square bat shot.
Seven ODI hundreds for Australia, 6 Test match centuries as well for Shaun Marsh. Doesn't need to score 100 today, just needs to try and guide his team home. What about the cricket world? A buzz right now, Mornay, after the breaking news, if you haven't heard it out there in viewerland, that Ben Stokes will be coming down under for the Ashes with the rest of the team. And how exciting is that for viewers of the Test match series coming up?
That's amazing news. Now, the Ashes and Test cricket, we need our best players to play, and it's awesome to see that Ben is healthy again. You know, he spent a lot of time away off the field working on mental health, and you know, it's just awesome to see him back. The game needs him. He's an X-factor player. He's an entertainer. So that's huge news for England.
I'll scamper through for another single here as Worrell returns to the attack.
And that's going to be key for them here to rotate the strike. They've got a left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment. The bowlers will have to adjust their lines, their lengths, and that might give them opportunities to score. That's one of the advantages of having a left-hand, right-hand at the crease. It's so hard for the bowlers to be on the money.
Around the wicket again to Marsh. Doesn't get hold of the pull shot this time, but Frankie Worrell's actually dreaming of maybe being a teammate of Ben Stokes in the years to come. He'll wrap it up down under after this season, will Frank Worrell, and head to England to play for Surrey for 3 years, and at the completion of those 3 years he will qualify to play for England potentially after playing for Australia in years gone by.
Yeah, signed for a great club. I was fortunate enough to play for Surrey for 3 years. When I retired, Alex Stewart, the director of cricket there, he's doing a great job, and he's a fantastic signing for Surrey. I reckon he'll be amazing. He'll do really well in those England conditions.
Capable of swinging it, is trying to hit the deck hard here and just found the gap. Weatherald, his eyes must have been lighting up when it came off the bat, but it just swung away to that corner, and another boundary for Marsh.
It's almost like Marsh, if we see that, picked up the length. I think that's the previous ball. No, it's almost that he got a little bit of momentum from that last boundary hit. He was sort of feeling his way around, and it's amazing with these quality players. Once you get one shot away, you can find that rhythm, and you can just kickstart your innings.
And this time able to work it away for a single down to deep third. Suddenly Marsh is up towards a runner ball. And WA have momentum here. Clear tactic for Worrell to bang it into the pitch. Does so to Green here. How does the umpire see that one? Green glances and hopes for a wide call, and he gets it. These tactics are spot on.
Yeah, I like these tactics. Big square boundaries. Like I said, it's not easy to play the short ball on a wicket.
Green takes him on this time. Just short of the man, about 10 metres in from the boundary. He needed to be 15 in, and that was a dolly.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's not easy to hit the ball for 6 on these big boundaries, especially on the wicket. It's a little bit tacky, and also at the start of the innings. You really need to hit the ball well to get it over the fielder. It's a good tactic here from South Australia to try and pick up 1 or 2 more wickets.
Carey has that great cricket brain. Travis Head calling the shots as captain, and in the air, and the diving attempts at Gully. We saw something similar from Whiteman in the South Australian innings, and McSweeney tried to pull off the catch of the season so far.
It would have been a brilliant catch. Just a little bit of width that time. Bowling into Marsh, just strong area there. And that's the thing, sometimes when you bowl too short and you get pulled away, you know, that is sort of your A plan, or your plan A. You struggle then and you go a touch fuller. And if you're not bang on with that line, you can leak back-to-back boundaries. And then as a bowler, then you sort of, okay, how am I going to find my line and length here? So it's crucial for them to find the top of the stumps. There's enough in the wicket for them to work with.
Change of pace as spin is about to come into the equation here for South Australia. Change of commentators as well. Adam Peacock about to step in.
Lloyd Pope coming into bowl spin for the first time today.
Thank you, Speedy. Hello, Mornay.
Welcome back, sir.
Exciting next hour or so coming up. The conclusion of this Marsh Cup contest at the WACA. What's going to be the tactic to Lloyd?
I reckon they're going to try and take him on. Wet ball. It's hard for a leg spinner to grip the ball.
And it's a welcome to viewers on 5:05 because there's a channel change coming up on Fox Cricket. The T20 World Cup show coming up with Brendan Julian, Brett Lee and Brad Haddon. They're catching up with Matt Hayden, who was a part of the Pakistan coaching team that did okay overnight against India. Just a little 10-wicket win.
More than okay.
Adam Gilchrist part of it as well. And also they will be discussing, away from the T20 World Cup, a certain Ben Stokes coming for the Ashes. Confirmed a short time ago out of England.
It's clear to see just from the intensity of the two batters, they're going to try and put Pope here under pressure.
Can't cash in on that wide one though. Three in a row, straight to the fieldsman.
There's no real turn. Skidding on nicely.
Hits that hard over mid-wicket. Should find the boundary. Slows up, of course. I forgot about all that rain that we've had this afternoon. Usually at the WACA, that's 4 runs, even though it's into the prevailing breeze out in that area. But yeah, Lloyd does pretty well off his first over. Just a few from it. And WA really need to put the foot down here. 27 overs they have to play with, so 13 to go. And the target, thanks to the DLS system, we've had the it looks like one of those charts you see in biology. just got numbers all over it. It's very hard to read, but the point is they need 165 to win off 27 overall. So they're under 100, chasing under 100. Their deep batting lineup that WA has, there's no reason but for these two to put the foot down right now.
Yeah, 96 or 13. West Acre is bowling well there, so it's not easy. But you would feel with the middle order they have, one of these guys, one of between Marsh and Green will have to take a risk here. Marsh has been hitting the ball nicely the last 2-3 overs.
Yeah, and it's not like they've got bunnies to come, as mentioned. Ashton Turner, who was brilliant in the Marsh Cup contest a couple of weeks ago against Tasmania, a century. Darcy Short, he can hit the accelerator straight away. And Hilton Cartwright as well. And Kelly can hit a ball. AJ Ty as well.
Played beautifully the other night, a little 44 cameo there at the back end. So enough firepower in the dressing room.
He's after it, Marsh doesn't middle it.
He's just jumping on anything short. As soon as he picks it up, that the ball is back of a length, he's so quick to rock back onto the back foot. A great play of the short ball. But still, it's a tough shot to hit on the surface.
Whose game is it at the moment in your eyes? Or straight down the middle? Or what would you be rather doing?
Yeah,
wearing red or wearing yellow?
I just feel with the batting side at the moment, it's a wet ball. They've got it, like I said, they've got a powerhouse middle order. Western Australia, they know how to win games of cricket. They're a very successful one-day team. But it's going to be all about that man called pressure. Who can handle the pressure the best?
He's not the most welcome type, that fella.
Oh, I can tell you about.
But you can talk more about it than I can.
Oh, my word. Yeah,
pressure for me is the petrol gauge nearly running out. That's about it. Standing there in front of 50,000 people trying to win a game of cricket. Oh, not hold anything back there, the veteran. Now, if you are watching this on Fox Cricket, we're just about to go to a short break, and the T20 World Cup show is coming up with Brendan Julian, Brett Lee, Brad Haddon. Guests include Matthew Hayden, Adam Gilchrist. They will talk about Ben Stokes coming for the Ashes. So much cricket to come on Fox Cricket, so they'll wrap that up each and every night of the T20 World Cup, that show. And if you want to continue watching the conclusion of this, switch over now to 5:05. And another good over for South Australia. Sean Marsh just couldn't get it working. Morné Morkel has stepped out for the moment. He'll be back for the conclusion. Stuart Clark has stepped in. And maybe it's the conditions, the slowish conditions. Just can't get any form of a tempo and a quicker tempo going here, WA. Sean Marsh, that last over off Lloyd Pope, he smashed 3 straight to fielders. And over, he couldn't quite middle anything off Wes Agar. Here's Pope again, this time to Green.
Well, it's getting close, isn't it? It's sort of, you can just feel the excitement building, Adam. I know you're getting excited sitting there in your chair. Who's going to win?
tight. It's line ball. You imagine, given the depth that WA have, that they're favourites, but then the conditions, they've swung it back South Australia's way.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too pace. Water on the wicket. Field's ball a bit slippery out there. The wicket looks like it's quickened up, and then it hits a dry patch, and not so much.
It's it copped a drenching the last rain delay we had. The boys from the WACA couldn't quite get out there quick enough because that rain came from nowhere and it was heavy. It was as heavy as it's been all day.
Yeah, but gusty wind and poor old groundsmen were earning their keep.
In the air, a lot of air. Under it and taken out there, a very good catch from Nathan McAndrew and a big wicket. Cameron Green gone. WA lose their third.
Yeah, Lloyd Pope throwing it up. Cameron Green going for the big sweep shot. Out in the deep, McAndrew. He made good ground to it. Good safe pair of hands. Slid underneath the ball. A little bit of extra zip off the wicket because of the water on the wicket. Green comes in, takes a really, really good catch. Low down. Good safe pair of hands in Western Australia. Well, they've lost Cameron Green, but South Australia right in the box seat now as the pressure starts to build as we get to the pointy end of this game.
Judged that well in the breeze to be holding up the further time went on.
Yeah,
a lot of spin does work.
Yeah, a lot of spin. Spin's got picked up a wicket, but a lot of spin in the air. It was a top edge. Ball would have been spinning sharply. Wind blowing into the fielder's face. Ball blowing away from him. It was a tough catch. Made good ground, got underneath it, and a very safe catch in the end. Ashton Turner, now the big wicket. Every wicket's a big wicket from here, but Turner, he's been in good form this year. 100 last time out for the Western Australians. It's the heroics again today.
In that innings against Tasmania, it was fluent. He was in a really good rhythm, Ashton Turner, and needs to be from the off here to stay in touch with this total. They're trying to chase down 165 off 27.
So at the end of this over, if it was to rain, they need to be 87 now that they've lost 3 wickets.
So 14 off 2 balls.
Probably not going to get that. Fielding out there in the deep by Weatherall. Good ground, making his ground to his left. Picking up, throwing, good strong arm. The Popester, he's picked up a wicket.
Bowling a lot of wrong uns. Oh, straight to the fieldsman. He has a juggle. And in the end, Wes Agar has taken the catch. Ashton Turner, first ball. WA now 4 down.
Oh, big wicket for the South Australians. Turner moving across the green. Agar, he almost spilled it, a bit of a juggle. He's looking relieved. The heart rate's about 400 at the moment as he nearly spilled that one, but he hung on to it. And Turner, he's on his way. First ball, Lloyd Pope, another wicket. Poor old Agar. Imagine how high his heart rate is at the moment.
Well, I'm sure he would have celebrated getting another person named Ashton out previously, his brother, but that is huge for South Australia.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going up. It's getting harder and harder by the minute. 4th wicket falls. Marsh, he's the mainstay. He's the only bloke that's been able to, well, muster some sort of defence or some sort of run chase. Turner, first ball, a big wicket.
But now they need 91 off 11. This required run rate has poked its head above 8. To WA in the last 3 overs have lost 2 for 9. It's been a disaster for them in the last 3 overs.
Oh, yeah, last 2 balls. Not good.
Darcy Short, white ball specialist.
Well, we've seen how destructive he can be in the Big Bash. We need a bit of Darcy Short magic, the Western Australians do. Played for Australia, another man that's in the shortest version of the game, T20 cricket. Makes his way to the middle, a bit at the non-striker's end, as Agar continues. You can just see the water on the wickets really quickened it up. Sean Marsh played a lot of cricket at the WACA, played a lot of cricket for his country around the world. He's hopping and jumping about. Agar's running in hard, hitting the wicket hard. Difficult conditions to bat in.
It's about 4 or 5 that Sean Marsh has tried to go after on the leg side and hasn't middled any of them.
They're just rushing. They're getting to him very quickly. He's sort of back looking to pull. It's not really bouncing. It's skidding. That one's kept a little bit low.
Yeah, 38 years of age, you've been brought up in a diet of the ball coming on at a certain height in the WACA. It's a little different this afternoon.
He's such a long and great career, Sean Marsh. Played obviously Test cricket, lots of Test cricket. Was in the early stages of the IPL. Really successful over there.
He squares up short. First ball survives Darcy. The good thing is, we've got a game.
Well, there's a game, definitely.
There's a game.
I'm sure the Western Australians are that excited.
No. Not at the moment.
That's the South African rule there. 96 is no good. 97 is the number. Ornay's not, as he mentioned in there, said, "I don't give that shit to me."
21 off 2 balls. If it rains at the end of this over.
Yeah, that's pre-Duckworth Lewis, though. That's
He smashes that. Sean Marsh, and finally it finds the rope.
He gave that the big heave-ho, didn't he? He gave everything he had, swung himself almost off his feet. Man at point, valiant attempt, but hit it hard. Was never really going to catch that. The man at point went straight to him. Would have been a good catch because wet, slippery ball. If they are to win Western Australia, you're going to imagine Sean Marsh is going to get 60-70% of these runs.
Running from Darcy short. Affirmative action, if you like. End of that over, 4 for 81. Chasing 165 off 27 overs. Thanks to the, I think it's 5 rain delays today that we've had.
That is correct, 5.
Coming down incrementally.
Covers on, covers off, covers on, covers off. Lloyd Pope's going to continue. They've really got to get hold of one of these overs from Lloyd Pope. It looks really hard to hit the quicker bowlers because of the skiddy and the pace in the wicket. You feel as though Lloyd Pope's going to have to bowl another couple of overs here at least. Really got to get hold of it.
Oh, that's a miss from Marsh. You almost knew it before he hit it.
Don't try and hit it as hard, just take a little bit off it.
Beautifully timed from Marsh. Straight to the groundsman, who hopefully won't be required until the end of this game. So the bowling breakdown off the 27 overs, 2 can bowl 6, 3 can bowl 5.
So Lloyd Pope's got another 2.5, 2.4 overs to go. And a lovely cricket shot that by Sean Marsh.
Goes that area again. That was the first boundary, incidentally, off Pope so far.
He's always been strong through the offside, Sean Marsh. Gets back in his crease quickly. Can hit the ball in front of square, can let the ball come to him a bit further and hit it behind square. A real feature of his game a lot of years now. You get the feeling that Marsh just trying to hit the ball a fraction too hard at the moment. Like the situation's getting to him a bit. He just relaxes. He's good enough to found the boundary 3 or 4 times and over if he really... we've seen how fast the outfield is too, so if you can get it in the gap, it's basically 4. Behind point if he gets outside the stumps.
Full one and gets away with it over the 2 backward of point, and another boundary off Pope.
Yeah, you get the feeling that's where he's targeting, through the gap, well, that time over the top. That's down the hill with the breeze, so as soon as it gets over the infield, it's going to run away. Opens the face of the bat, gives himself a little bit of room, scoops it up and over. Pope's got to get really straight here. He doesn't want to give him any room outside off stump.
Thinking about 2. Marsh took off. Just the 1. Nielsen's there. End of that over. 4 for 92.
Yeah, good over that for Western Australia. Just bridge that gap a little bit more. Worrell's going to take the ball. He's going to give it back.
Give it back.
No, had to get the wrong ball.
Got
to be careful.
It's for the Marsh end.
Yes.
That ball.
That's the old, when you get him, you look at, oh, this one's got a bigger seam. A bit drier, perhaps. Going to go round the wicket.
73 off 9 required.
Certainly doable. 8 and over. It was a big bash game. We wouldn't be writing the game off just yet.
Absolutely not. Worrell, you'd say 2 overs left. He'll be one of the 2 to be allowed 6 overs for South Australia.
Yeah. Agar, I think, other man for me. Mind you, you've got Doggett. He's run in early on. Got to save if they've saved his overs up. So a couple of choices there. Still got to try and take wickets here, South Australia. Can't just let this game drift along. I think the game's out of reach at any stage because one good over, Short can clear the boundary and the rope. Marsh can.
Pretty dark again, though.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't mean what so far this afternoon has been inevitable. And enough of that. By glancing over his left shoulder to where the groundsman is stationed. Eye contact made.
No, it doesn't look too bad. I'm going with it safe. I'm a brave man, I know.
You are. Kind of guy. It's a cloudy day. He doesn't bother with the umbrella. It's in tight for Short. He gets it away. They'll get at least a couple.
Always pack your umbrella when you go to golf, Adam. Be a little bit careful of that.
That's why station wagons are so handy. You can just put everything in there. Just have your choice. Towel, boardies, umbrella, jumper, poncho. Here's Worrell. Slow 1 crunch, misfield, 4 runs.
Yeah, sloppy by the South Australians. McAndrew. Looks like he pulled up a bit sore after that catch and he's been sort of, not hobbling, but doesn't look particularly keen. A bit proppy.
Bit proppy. I haven't heard that in a while.
Been watching too much football. That's the sort of thing you'd use in the A-League, wouldn't you? They certainly use it in rugby league.
No, proppy's not a football term. No, it's a rugby league term.
It's a rugby league term,
yeah,
is it?
Proppy.
You can just sort of feel the momentum shifting a little bit here. Misfield, 4 down the ground. Sean Marsh, a couple of 4s. 2 been picked up. Just starting to build here, Western Australia.
A little platform being set for the launch in the last 5 overs, perhaps.
Still a little bit behind the Duckworth Lewis, but they can make that up quickly.
It's better from where's Agar.
Didn't want to be missing that one. over gone. 4 for 101. And 19th. I need to be 113. Sorry. It's 113 according to the Duckworth-Lewis system. And Stern.
106. That's 20. Overs,
No,
that's the end of the 20.
I'm ahead. Oh,
You're one ahead. They're only just behind the DLS requirement.
my kids are listening. They're going to be going, you've got to get your eyes checked.
How are they going homeschooling with you?
Look, I'm the headmaster. They knew who was boss detentions if they didn't do their work.
What, so every time you walked out of the room, they made fun of you?
Used to little spitballs at me.
Mr. Nark instead of Mr. Clark.
Every time I walked out, they just laughed at me.
So change of bowling. McAndrew, well, he's going to test himself here. If he's a bit proppy, an important job to do. That's tucked away fine. It is racing away. Oh, that's a big boundary for WA.
Yeah, big boundary there for Sean Marsh. 2 straight by McAndrew. A little bit of momentum shifting here. And he's 48 off 41, Sean Marsh. Darcy Short, 9 off 7. You can just see he's starting to pick up the pace of the wicket too, that ball there. Just didn't overhit it, used the pace, glided away.
It's 32 off the last 3.2 overs. They need 8 and over. It's not like they need to go Burko and hit 3 sixes off every over. It's get a boundary and then move the ball around and maybe try and get another boundary to make it easier for yourself. But they've certainly set a tempo that they can keep up with here, WA, these two, Marsh and Short. Another couple there.
Yeah, if, at a minimum, one a ball gets you close. You're going to hit a 4. You're going to hit a few 4s at the whack. It's just what happens. You're going to pick up the odd 2 as you saw then. So certainly, the longer this game goes on, these 2 are at the crease. It's easier to bat.
Ball stopped. Couldn't quite get up quickly. Chance of a run out if he takes that cleanly, because there was a bit of indecision. He stopped the run though. So Doggett with, he's bowled 4 overs. This is McAndrew's 4th. Pope has bowled 3. I wonder how they're going to split up these last few overs as
Good piece of bowling.
Short gets a short one.
Slower ball bouncer, I think, by McAndrew there. Going to his variation. Banged it into the wicket. Didn't come out. Rolled his fingers across it. Two dots, crucial 2 balls that.
Takes off short, just a single. Good over though for South Australia. Despite what happened with the first ball, end of the 20th over. And WA 4 for 109.
I think the big overs are going to be these 2 Pope overs, Lloyd Pope or someone else, because he's got the feeling that Marsh was starting to get on top of Pope, but he's going to have to bowl at some stage.
Your captain, Stuart, you've got 2 bowlers to bowl 6 overs and not 5. Who are they for South Australia?
Doggett, and I'm going with McAndrew.
Okay.
Worrell, my most experienced, but more a noted new ball swing bowler.
So he's bowled 5. So Agar back in, he's bowled 4.
Well, Agar's probably in the mix to bowl 6 as well. It's two of those 3 will. Worrell 5. And I'm going to bowl Travis Head for my 2 spins. I'm going to leave Lloyd Pope out. He's picked me up 2 wickets. Done the job. You've got 2 left-handers in.
Geez, you're tough on Lloyd. 2 for 18 off 3.
Oh, I'm not saying that he shouldn't bowl. I'm just thinking that the ball spinning away might be more useful.
You just said he should bowl. Put Travis Head on.
Let me say, I shouldn't say that he can't. That he
can't do it.
Can't do it. That's the word.
You just use another option.
I just go with a different option.
Fair enough.
Trying to save his figures too. He'd be happy for 2 for 18. You want to go 2 for 50? That's not going to look great. It's all about getting the players happy too, mate. When you get him next game, he's ready to go again.
Well, so if you didn't bowl him again and they walked off and they'd lost, you go, oh, mate, I'll save you for the next game, sorry.
Didn't want to destroy your figures, champ. You should thank me.
Don't champion, surely. Agar to short.
They go with the wide there? Obviously not.
I don't think they did. It doesn't look like Darcy got the call.
Not overly excited about that, Darcy, was he?
No, he's
probably rightly so too. Any ball that goes down there's a wide these days.
Darcy looks like he's
filthy.
Stayed in a park for 2 minutes too long and he's picked up a parking ticket. Very annoyed. Sean Marsh, by the way, stuck on 49. Can't get on strike. They go to short again. Whipped away off the pads. Beautifully timed. 4 runs.
Lovely shot, Darcy. Short. Back of a length. Not a lot in that, but he just sort of rocked back, flicked the wrist. 4 runs. Who would you go with?
Just to spite you, I'd go Pope. No. I'd give Lloyd 2 more overs.
Would you?
Yeah. But probably I'd go Doggett and McAndrew.
Mm-hmm.
Bowl some, McAndrew especially, bowl some off pace. Agar bends the back, and that's a good piece of fielding there from McSweeney.
Yeah, saved one. Would have beaten him. They would have come back for a second there. Well, they need to be at the end of this over. 116. You want to check it, do you, just to make sure?
Check. That's an 8. 118. Looks like we're going to get away with it now. That's just the one Travis Head across the captain, well positioned on the edge of the circle. And it's a 50 though to Sean Marsh. Holding this together for WA. Can he get them home?
If you're a betting man, Adam, which I know you're not.
No, of course not.
Who are you with? Who are you on here?
Actually, WA, because only on the basis, and I know it's a ridiculous thing to say, of that one shot from Darcy Short, the way he picked that up. And picked that up as well. That is blasted, but unfortunately there's a very safe pair of hands from a South Australian perspective. Jake Weatherall in the outfield there. So, end of the over, 4 for 116. And Hilton Cartwright to come.
Yes.
He hit, I think, the biggest 6 I think I've ever seen in my life. There was Simon O'Donnell in the 80s, hit one onto the ladies' stand at the SCG. Mm-hmm. But it was Hilton Cartwright, I think, in the BBL.
Yeah.
Was it last season? Or a couple of seasons ago?
Yeah, I remember the game. He hit one, hit a massive 6.
It nearly cleared the Milky Way.
It's a big hit.
It was a large hit.
That's a big hit.
Lloyd to continue. Lloyd
here he is. The man I called to be hooked. He's back.
Come on, Lloyd.
Don't ruin your figures, Lloyd. Come on. Oh, good start.
Dark cloud above, by the way. What's the par after 22?
124 or something.
4. Yep, 124 they need to be. Opens the shoulders on that. Into the turf, over cover.
Oh, there he is.
He's with the outfield.
Calling 4 there, but Jake Weatherall chasing him down.
So quick.
Scurries across the ground.
He grows up with a baseball mitt in his hand. I could see him in the outfield for a major league team. It's going down leg.
Good bowling that. Tied him up. Nice and straight. A lot of overspinners and wrong-ins here. Not really looking for much turn. Not a big turner of the ball, Lloyd Pope. Wrong-ins his big go-to. Overspinner. Costly.
Enough on it, mid-wicket.
Costly fielding, that's cost him 1.
Over the top, into the wind. Oh, nearly in the outfield. Lloyd nearly had another one. And it was Nathan McSweeney out there making good ground.
Yeah, wind cost Shaw Marsh there. Hit it into the wind. You could see it holding up. Good piece of fielding in the outfield. Good ground made. Good dive.
Quick one from Pope. Ends the over. Just the single. 4 for 122. 5 overs to go. And to bring us home, Brenton Speed, Mornay Morkel, with the conclusion of this one.
Thank you, Adam. You feel for South Australia to win this game, they need to get the dangerous Shaun Marsh out.
Who are you on, mate?
I think Western Australia.
Yeah, I'm Western Australia. He's singling the power play over. I'm not sure that's going to make any difference to the game. What about you, Speedy?
You can put an extra man out though.
Yeah, you can. That's the one thing you can do. What's your gut telling you?
Well, you see it a lot these days. A batting team, especially with the class of these kind of batters at the crease, Marsh and Short. But you'd fancy them to get this done. But like you say, you're going with Doggett and McAndrew to bowl those 6 over for the Redbacks, and they've been so good today. So if they can find a wicket in the next few overs, then it's game on again.
Well, Doggett, he's a genuine wicket taker. He finds ways to get guys out, and talking to Kerry O'Keefe, just watch. He finds different ways to get guys out. He's a real wicket taker.
So he can bowl 2 more of this last 5 here. Doggett into Marsh, who's well and truly set. Half century up yet again for the veteran. Just one on offer there to Weatherald, who was teased by a Marsh pull shot about 8 or 9 overs ago now that could easily have gone to hand, but Marsh was able to get it finer than Weatherald, and on such moments, games can swing. Is there a big moment coming up here for South Australia?
Deep mid-on's going back. Deep mid-wicket's coming up inside the circle. Obviously going to go full. You'd imagine he's going to go full and wide here, because anything short's going to get pumped away over mid-wicket.
Great effort by Short to be going at a better than a runner ball. Some batters have struggled so far today, and he keeps on picking up the ones. Don't take on the arm of Weatherall.
That is a rocket arm.
Saw that breeze in the previous over costing Marsh a boundary. How much is that going through the minds of both bowler and batter at the moment?
Well, I think they would have talked about it, and having played over there, you talk about if you're going to go with the wind, because it'll help it.
Marsh taking him on and beats the bat, does Doggett, and a dot ball. Every dot ball handy right now for South Australia.
Yes, they need another 41. 4.3 overs. So they can get sort of 12 off the last over. 12. You'd want to be 30 off 2, I think, is sort of where they want to at worst.
This one to mid-off, and There was no risk of head coming in off that 30-metre circle. He's staying right on it, and so are all those fielders in the ring, so keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I think it's important now that you read the sort of play. Marsh is obviously going to go hard at the ball, so sit on the ring. You can afford to give him that 1. Not a bad time in the over for Darcy to get onto strike. But sit on the ring, make sure, you don't give them that sort of soft 1. Or you can afford to give him a soft 1, but, stop the boundary.
Yeah, you want to make sure that, especially these last 2 balls, first ball in, last ball, first ball you're over, last ball you're over, or last 2 is really important in this form of the game. That really, because it just builds momentum for the next over. So if you get a 4 on the first ball, you're feeling good and you're ahead of the rate, and away you go.
Now they set head back out to long off to give Marsh the single. He didn't pick one up on the previous.
Yeah, he mustn't have.
I thought.
Yeah.
You've got to get a single when you hit it to mid-off on the ring, don't you?
Would have thought so. Maybe 38. Hamstrings aren't as good as they once were. He did have some hamstring trouble throughout his career, Sean Marsh, when he was younger.
Yeah.
Missed quite a lot of cricket throughout the years with some bad hamstrings, but I'm not sure that's the reason.
Also, the risk of 1, versus a potential run-out. He's a powerful guy that can hit the boundary the next ball, so no need to take that risky 1.
Short, outside off stump, and again, great positioning. Bowling to his field. Doggett, and a relatively inexpensive over at a crucial stage. So 4 overs to go, 40 runs away, and in a flash, it's up to 10 and over required.
Yeah, it certainly is. Doesn't take much, and when you get to this part of the game, it's very, very hard to make sure you keep going. You need a little bit of luck, go your way, but you also need to be able to clear the boundary a couple of times.
Some great Monday night entertainment for you in the Marsh Cup.
And from a Western Australia point of view, these guys, they've played all the T20s around the world, so they know how to chase the go at 10s.
And you were flirting with the idea of Travis Head, the off-spinner, turning it away from the lefties, but they're sticking with Pope and taken downtown first up. Does it go the journey straight at the whacker? You bet it does. We've seen Marsh do that before.
That's a big, big 6 by Marsh. He's down the wicket, got to the pitch. Oh, there it is. It's stuck. New ball.
What do you make of that, Mornay? The off-spin v leg spin at this stage of the game to 2 set batters.
Before I get to that, beautiful bat swing by Marsh. I reckon we need to strap ourselves in. This is going to be the over where they're going to go and make a play.
You always felt 1 over from Lloyd Pope was risky, because if he slightly gets it wrong, he's going. Watch Marsh, he'll sit back on the next one, because he'll be thinking Lloyd Pope, he's not going to fly it, he's going to bowl fast and into the wicket, and he'll try and back cut it through the vacant gap down there. Why don't they just use the other ball? That would save time, wouldn't it? Yeah, just use this one.
You'd be happy with that as the bowler? You'd cop that, or?
I wouldn't be bowling if I was captain. Someone else. Here you go, mate.
So they go to find another one that can't be retrieved at the moment.
I've got a feeling you might just leave those balls on the edge there somewhere, because there might be a few more of those shots played.
So a bit of time now for Pope to reflect on that delivery, come up with a clear plan, or to say, oh my word, okay. Hopefully I don't get the claw.
Do you think it's better to think about it now, or would you have just like to have gone into it? I think you would have just get on with the next one.
Yeah.
The bad little thoughts come into your mind here.
It's run about now when the umpire says, okay, play.
It's a bit slip. Is it really got a grip of this? It might be okay because it's come out of the box. It'll be a bit drier.
Could be handy for the leggy.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Good bowling. Really good bowling.
Bit of a steer off there.
Yeah. Well, here he is.
Beaten Marsh a few times with that wrong'un, or bamboozled him a little. That time working it away on the leg side, and there'll just be 1 on offer there. Well, they take on the throw and come back for 2. Marsh hogging the strike right now, and why not, showing all of his experience in crunch time here.
I just feel this is a matchup he fancies.
Draws the outside edge with that wrong and again.
Yeah, very well bowled there by Pope. Wrong end, top spin or whatever you want to call it. There's not a lot on offer, but Marsh he was lucky to get an edge on that. He did him in flight. Marsh was down the wicket, just threw his hands at it and take a single there.
9 off the over with 2 remaining. Needed to go at 10s at the start of this over. Short hits it hard, and this time definitely no thought of 2.
Big ball, this one, for both teams. You don't really want to lose your wicket. Shaun Marsh, your most experienced and valuable player. Same sentence, if you can put one out of the park.
Pope not wasting any time. And there'll just be 1 there. So 11 off the over. Is that a positive result for Pope in the end after going for 6 off the first ball?
Absolutely. Good finish to the over there by Lloyd Pope. 2 for 34 off his 5 overs. Not sure he's going to get the next one. Mind you, he's bowled pretty well, so maybe they'll consider it, but I think we're now into the McAndrew, Doggett, Agar type.
Do you reckon it'll be a game plan to take pace off to Darcy?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of variation. Certainly, you don't want Darcy's really strong on side short ball, so yeah, your full and wide ball, make him force the ball through the offside, and your pace off the ball, I think is the way to go.
He's almost the man for me that needs to go hard now at every ball.
Yeah.
You know, Shaun is going to need him to contribute to this partnership. So for him just to knock one and get Shaun on strike, I don't think that's a great smart game plan. I mean, like I said, we've still got a lot of batting to come. So one of these guys can really take a risk, and that man for me is Darcy.
Yeah, I like that plan. Marsh is on strike, so he'll looking around. He can target that short boundary towards where the construction site is. We're going to go full and wide here.
Deep third goes a little finer for Doggett to Marsh. Steps across his crease. Inside out over cover and finds the boundary. That's all class.
Yeah, great shot, Shaun Marsh, but I think it was a bit predictable where he was going to bowl that. Once the man came across to the offside, he was always going to bowl full and wide. And Marsh said, well, I'll go over there. What are you going to do? Good shot, though.
Fantastic shot. To generate power, sort of off the back foot, West Indian style. The great Lance Klusener always used to say that it's important for guys who sit and who's in.
How does Doggett respond? That's off the pitch. Missed everything. And in the 20 over game, that's a no ball and free hit, isn't it? But
I think
wide signal.
That's a no ball. He's checking that. He's checking that there with the third umpire, if that's a no ball or not, because off the cut strip's a no ball.
Definitely landed off the cut strip. On the next wicket, being prepared for a late
yeah. Oh, that's a no ball. Free hit. Wait on.
Coming back to that, so Lance always used to say to our big hitters is to make sure that you're in there at the last over. You can still control the game at the last over. There's no point, taking it on, falling just short of that last over. And I think a lot of powerful players as a bowler, you're nervous in that last 6. Last thing you want to bowl is bowl to a guy like Marsh. And Marsh just needs to play it smartly. Yeah, I mean, he's in now.
Well, they don't need to look at this angle. They just need to look at that other angle to clarify.
Can they overrule it in this game?
I think they've gone upstairs to the TV umpire and clearly are clarifying this one.
Right.
So don't need this angle. They need the other angle. And Darren Close is the TV umpire. And the signal will come, we'd imagine.
Yep, here it is.
Here we go. Overruling his initial call. And there is confirmation. Stuart Clark saw it early.
We talked about it. Speedy and me were talking about this in the IPL.
They missed one. Ricky Ponting was furious in an IPL game recently when they did not give the no ball in that situation. He was up out of his dugout talking to the umpire nearby. Didn't get what he was after, but Western Australia get what they're after here. A free hit at this stage of the ball game
And you can't change the field. The fielder's got to go back to where he was.
Because the same batter is on strike, and that is Marsh. Pitched it full and gets out of jail with just a single. So,
yeah, good ball, well bowled.
And we were talking, Mornay, just moments ago about what you're doing when you set your field and how many balls you've got up your sleeve. Stuart Clark said a moment ago that he was going to bowl full and wide, and that's all that was coming with this field that was set. But you like to think you've got 3 balls up your sleeve with any one field setting.
I would like to set a field that gives you options. You know, quality players like Sean Marsh, they'll line you up, and then it comes down to execution. If you can execute, good, be predictable.
Short blazes it through, finds the gap. Not sure they'll get this one, and Darcy Short joins the party.
Yeah, good shot, Darcy Short. Gave himself room. Different to Sean Marsh in reverse, wasn't he? Went the other way, opened up the offside. Ball was on the stumps, but the length, well, it was sort of in the slot, and Darcy Short smashed it.
So the equation very much in WA's favour now. Brought it down under that 10 runs and over required. 2.5 overs to go. And the runs are flowing freely here. Short down the ground. And it's so short. Straight down the ground here at the Wacker. No chance of coming back for 2.
Hasn't changed up his pace, Doggett. It's been, every ball's been on pace, so...
Adam Vogers has been crunching the numbers, but he can put the top back on that pen now because his team's cruising a little more now.
You see all the good T20 bowlers around the world that bowl a lot of slow balls, a lot of off-pace ball, slow ball bouncer, wide slower ball.
Yeah.
Then they fire in a Yorker, so...
Good ball from Doggett, and great hands as well. And no look stop at some expense, but it's a dot ball.
Your reaction time on those shots is almost next to nothing.
I actually can't believe more bowlers haven't been cleaned up by some of the... Because you're sort of in your follow-through, and you let it go and you look up, and especially if the batter are coming down the wicket, they're 5 metres away, and they hit it. You know, it basically hits you.
Self-preservation is a wonderful thing. Brings out the best in some bowlers with those return catches at times. Saw Alana King in the WBBL recently take a phenomenal return catch that turned a game.
I reckon on the field, you're still okay, but I used to hate bowling death in the nets.
Oh, no.
I was just, there's no chance I'm doing that.
So the equation now, 17 off 12, after 12 from that previous over. Still got McAndrew up their sleeve, and if he can deliver some overs like he did earlier in the contest, it'll be game on again.
You're going to go with, Agar, McAndrew?
Well, Agar is the go-to man for the strikers during the Big Bash show.
Yeah, he does the job, doesn't he, throughout the tournament, so...
Head asking what kind of field he wants for what kind of delivery, or 2 or 3 options he's going to go with.
He might go with a slow ball here first up with this field.
You want him hitting to the deep side?
You want him coming to the onside here, into the wind, probably the bigger boundary. So you want to be straight and pace off, I think.
So Agar and Doggett are going to bowl 6 overs each here. Ooh, and it's a full bunger first up, no ball. The apology comes from Agar. And Marsh, once he recovers from the shock of it all, will have a free hit.
Yeah, that's the free hit.
Front foot.
Is that a double free hit?
That is the downhill whacker wind behind you. You don't. Sometimes you come running in after bowling it. You've bowled at the other end predominantly. Now he's turned around down the hill with the wind, just over stride. Free hit. He gets a warning too. I mean, that you can only bowl one of those, I think. Can't you?
Only one.
Yeah. So he bowls another one. That's. Hope he's going to hear Lloyd new bowl.
Great hands from Marsh, but picks out the boundary rider again. So effectively 2 off 1 at the start of this Agar over.
It's also that time of the game you'll talk a lot about your death bowling plans and, how we're going to go about things. And is that another?
That's another one. That must be another free hit coming in.
And you sort of play a game and you wait a week or two, so they're going to really be tested here on their death bowling plans.
That was way over, really struggling after the change of ends. And he'll have to bowl another free hit to short. He just missed the boot of short, but it went down leg side and he made room for himself, so definitely going to be a wide.
Importantly, I wonder if he kept his foot behind the line. And it's still a free hit too, because if you bowl a wide, you still can line up the next one.
A carryover champ on the free hit status here as short faces up to Agar and can give it everything. That is sweet off the bat of Darcy Short, and WA are just about home now.
Yeah, not a great start for Agar on this over. Started with a front foot no ball, then a wide, and then just length and a beautiful backswing from Darcy Shaw.
Might have been a little bit of pace off that one, just a different off-speed ball, and it was right in the slot, wasn't it? Hit through the line.
Only one legal delivery in this over so far, and he's gone for 10 off one ball effectively. Short works it away for another single, perhaps two. No, just one on offer to Worrell. A little slip from Short as well.
Yeah, they just need one a ball now. The Western Australians, nothing fancy. No big shot needs to be played. And pick up the odd two somewhere, hit it in the gap, get back for two. Don't really want to leave it to the last over. But
I think there's a sneaky feeling they're going to keep on going. Yeah, this is the over.
Yeah.
There you go, struggling in this over.
Another full toss. Marsh finds the gap all the way for four more, and it's just about over.
Almost impossible to bowl to Sean Marsh now. The timing on that, with a beautiful wrist, full hip high, sort of whacked away through mid-wicket. Knee roll height, I should say.
Last time these teams squared off in Adelaide, it was Mitch Marsh with 100, part of setting up victory in that encounter. And this time around, it's older brother Sean who's proved the match winner. He was scratchy early on, but hasn't he found his form? Trying to finish it off here, and he's done just that. WA too good for South Australia in the Marsh Cup again. What an innings from Sean Marsh to steer them home.
Yeah, what a great innings by the experienced Sean Marsh, taking his team home in a rain-affected game. It wasn't easy for both teams, a lot of breaks, but eventually for Western Australia, taking them home with a beautiful 6-wicket win.
Yeah, great innings by Sean Marsh, 80 off 63, and Darcy Short played a beautiful assistance role, 35 off 27, but the class of Sean Marsh, he might be 38 years old, but once he was in, he just looked every bit of a quality player, hitting the ball to all parts of the ground. Hit a massive 6 off Lloyd Pope, which he sort of felt changed the game, and then Ashton Agar, well, he was up against it from the end, and Sean Marsh just too good, hitting the ball to all parts, and in the end, a comfortable victory for Western Australia. It didn't look like that at different stages. Ashton Turner getting out first ball, but Darcy Short and Sean Marsh did the job.
For a while there, they were behind the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern as we were updating the viewers on those kind of numbers, past the 15 over, 16, 17 over mark, but in the end they get there with 8 balls to spare.
Yeah, he got there in the end very easily. It got to a point, Ashton Agar didn't bowl a great, his final over wasn't great, full toss, no ball to start, then overstepped again, didn't quite execute his lines and lengths that were required, and even Doggett's over the over before just got a bit predictable, and Coach Gillespie, he'll have to work hard with his bowlers to get them back up and going again, but certainly full credit to the Western Australians. Marsh, Short and Co were very, very good at the end of that innings.
Yeah, the chase of 160, you need one partnership, and Darcy Short and Sean Marsh, a beautiful 93-run partnership of 61 balls. It's very hard for the bowlers they couldn't really find a way for the breakthrough. They tried everything with a wet ball, balls going onto the roof. But at the end of the day, Western Australia just too good.
WA have now won 2 of their first 3 games in the Marsh Cup this season. South Australia now have a 1-2 record. WA, with their star-studded roster, will fancy some more silverware, Marsh Cup style, this season.
Certainly got a good team, and with all those guys that are overseas, they'll come back and filter into the team at different stages. You'd imagine they'll be pretty strong in the Big Bash as well. So congratulations, Adam Voges, Ashton Turner, and the whole Western Australian team. They've been very, very good. As we look at the summary, South Australia, Jake Weatherall, I thought he batted well, 60 off 81. Dan Worrell at the end played some nice shots. Travis Head, he was a man on a mission until he nicked one. Harry Nielsen found it a bit tough, but for the Western Australians?
Yeah, Sean Marsh obviously anchoring that innings, well supported by Darcy Shaw. Just Cameron Green looked all right for his 9, but also got a good ball there. And it was a tough sort of batting surface coming out with a wet ball.
In amongst all the rain delays today, a really entertaining game of cricket.
It was a quality game of cricket. It was tough on the bowlers, I've got to say, with all the delays. It was a bit slippery with the wet ball, but certainly a good, fun game of cricket. Some nice shots played by all parties. We saw Cameron Green pick up a wicket early. We saw Josh Phillippe play some nice shots till he was caught in the boundary. But a good, entertaining game of cricket. And you usually get that at the WACA with the nice, fast surface and the quick outfield.
Cam Green gave us a few moments today, a player that you love watching, Morné.
Love it. He's 6'6", tall man. He bullies you off length. The margins team was very, very small. You can see that Sean Marsh picked up length quite easily today as well.
Was that closer than it looked, or the other way around? That Weatherall chance perhaps in the deep off Marsh.
Yeah, look, they're tough, those ones, you know. If you don't pick it up straight away, you're behind the 8 ball. But you know, as far as the game goes, if they pick up Sean Marsh, I think it's a completely different game. So I don't think South Australia were that far out of the game. They just didn't pick up wickets at crucial stages. And once Marsh and Short got in, well, there was nothing they could do about it. And it was hard work. It was hard work for the bowlers, slippery and tough conditions. And Marsh, well, a quality player, delivered the goods when needed.
And the wicket of Travis Head when South Australia won the toss and elected to bat. Head himself the skipper. If he kept going for another 5 or 6 overs, that's another game changer. But they got him early with a ripper of a delivery, and that was another match-turning moment. So thanks to Stuart Clark and Morné Morkel for your company. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the Marsh Cup today, and we'll be back on Fox Cricket tomorrow with a double header in the WBBL. Be sure to join us for that one.